What is this trash you are playing? Keck W. Agreed. Part-time streamer is live. Holy. Sorry, I called it the Ramen Road and pissed you off. What the hell? I've been hiding since. You should. As you should. Okay. When is the reveal's in like 30 minutes, right? Oh my god, it's in 40 minutes. Try Dota. Dota's easier, honestly. Like I think Dota's actually easier. Like unironically, I think Dota's easier. Actual Pi 1 streamer Peepo Farmer. I was watching a video, they said that League was a hard game to learn. I think it is a hard game to learn because there's like 100 something different champions that you have to like fucking figure out and like know how to like interact with and blah blah blah. Hell no, what the fuck? Already at it with the bad takes. Dota is 3x complexity of League. Dude, Dota's easy, honestly. Like, I'm not even gonna like, as an enjoyer of both, I'm gonna keep it real. Dota's actually like kind of easy. Like, think of it like this. If you get shit on in Dota, what do? You just like leave your lane and go jungle. It's like so easy. You get shit on in League, man, like in your lane, you're just suffering for like 5 to 10 more minutes before like you start A-ramming mid. Or you just like load in Nature's Prophet support, you just split push the entire game, your whole team reports you, but you carry. I think Marvel Rivals is better. I think Marvel Rivals is fun, but I'm not a big fan of like Overwatch, Marvel Rivals. I think they're like fun, but like I don't know, like I just don't get those games in terms of like enjoying them a lot. Oh my god, time to put on the old playlist. This hasn't been on in like a month. Did you ever play StarCraft? No, that game is fucking hard. I need an actual PhD to learn how to run around. Okay, that's not the issue. 225 copium, brother. Oh my god. Like this 225 is actually easy. Like maybe we should we move this up to like 250 or something? Like this shit is too easy, no? I actually feel bad about scamming all these people. Like maybe we should make it like 275 or something. Like 225 is way too low, no? I'll give sub if farmer fails. Ain't no way you think I'm actually gonna fail. All about enjoying teamwork, dude. I don't think anyone ever has enjoyed teamwork in a game, in like a competitive 5v5 game. Like, no one has ever been like, do you know what I like about Valorant? You know what I like about CSGO? You know what I like about League of Legends? It's the teamwork. No, everyone's like, fuck my teammates. They're all dog shit shitters who hold me back. I hate my team. True or false? Whoa, my favorite POE moneymaker plays League of Legends. Give IGN. Oh, I was playing it. It's just X the Farmer X. I was playing it like the last couple weeks. It's fun, but like God, it's brutal. I love teamwork, but I hate my team. True. God, please be Sanctum 2 so I can stop my addiction to this game. Are you in League cat? Oh my god, I am in League category. Thank you for that. What should I league start this league though? I don't know. I'm learning jungler and someone said I will go bald if I do. Oh, it's so funny.
Noob just subscribed for 7 months. Bro, we made it so far, haha. I'm starting myself also.
Idiot noob. You're starting what, streaming? Good luck, brother. Whose is this man's? What's up, Miso? Are you playing Poo 1? No, the problem with starting jungler is that, like, this problem with starting jungler is that, like, everyone flames the jungler, like, unfairly. Yeah, gonna play POE 1. Gonna make a noob to uber killer series. Good luck, brother. SSF. My God. Thank you for the sub, though. You play jungle, you get stage 4 ass cancer day 1. Yo, God is thuggin'. What the fuck is that name? Thank you for the prime, brother. Somebody remembered their Twitch password. Okay, buddy. I've been streaming, just not POE 1. I logged on to try some kinetic fusillade and it slaps if it doesn't get nerfed. I'm league starting it. Ooh. Whose build? Are we league starting on hardcore trade? No, we're not. We are not. You know what? I kind of wanted to try like axes. Like leaps. Or axes. Yeah, axes. Like maybe melee. It's like, isn't melee super turbo broken? Would it be a good time to play POE 1? I have like 11 characters on 2, but never played POE 1. Yes, now is a perfect time to play POE 1. Because like the last league was like the worst POE 1 league in the history of the game. So by the law of reversion to the mean, this next one has to be the most goated POE 1 league ever. These guys kind of scare me though. They basically tell me to bait the fuck out of all my teammates, and that's what you gotta do. That's pretty much what you do. Make co-pilot pick your build. No. I got a feeling this league is gonna be ass, brother. That's what everyone says. Everyone thinks that every league is gonna be ass, man. Like, you guys are just fucking negative as shit. All right, just can you believe? Can you guys like have some fucking faith in your streamer, in GGG? Like, just have some faith in someone. You gank lanes, and if they flame you, you take all their farm from their lanes. Kick W. Can you give me some tips on starting streaming, content creation? Your start has always been something that I've been interested in because it came out of nowhere. What gave you the first increase in traction? Okay, I actually have an OP tip for that. You have to make YouTube content first if you want to be a streamer. You can't start off as Twitch and then just like grow your Twitch like off of Twitch. It's like growing your Twitch just by streaming is like the most cursed thing ever. It's just like not possible. So you have to make like YouTube, TikTok content. Addicted, remember always smite the cannon after you. Oh god. If tree untouched, then rush breach tree till you get decent gear, then block stupid walls for the rest of the league. Yeah. I think the tree is like, I hope they just like remove that from the game. I'm 90% sure I read something saying not did not do exactly that. No, do that if you want to just like have your entire team kill, like hate you. Here's an actual tip, Addicted. If you gank a lane and it results in a kill and you have to push the lane, if you take the kill, then you give the farm. If you don't take the kill, then you can take some of the minions in the lane. Did you hit Challenger and TFT? This set, no. I quit at like Masters like 200 or something because there were no more tournaments and the Vegas qualifier isn't this set.
Daggermoon just subscribed with Prime.
Yo, join us. Okay. I'm down. Oh my god, it's a lot of people.
Man. Oh, X the Farmer X.
Hello. What's up?
Hello.
We excited for the new towers in POE 1?
Bro, we have towers.
So excited for towers.
Oh, let's
Towers
fucking go.
coming in. Wait,
I'm
I have a question.
myself off them in the game.
Have you seen the POE 2 channel in Ruse Discord, Farmer?
In Ruse Discord? No, I haven't. How fucked is it?
you just look at my stream for a second?
Yeah, 1 sec. How bad is it?
Here we go.
Just having the stream on and
Some
watching.
sort of stream mode on.
So come join.
Hopefully I can type that in editors.
1 second, 1 second.
For a second.
Okay, it's not changing anytime soon.
Tor, you got time.
Yeah, you have time. You have time. You have time. Yeah, you have time. You have
Oh my
time.
god. What
Keeps
the
going.
fuck? Oh my god.
Wait, was that a farmer screenshot? What was that?
No. Holy
I could-
shit.
I think I could do this for like 30 minutes at this speed, and I wouldn't even like reach the top of this channel.
Is it different people as well?
It's
Yes.
like
Yeah.
20. It's like 20 or 30 people, and they all just come to the channel every like couple hours and post some fucking Jonathan flipping you off.
Yep.
Shit.
Or putting his
hold on.
glasses up. Like,
It's been 11 days. That's 11 days worth of chatter in the channel. This is 215.
That's crazy.
That's commitment.
It's just this
That's
constantly.
actually crazy.
That's
Holy shit.
commitment.
Holy shit. Holy Unk is back. The
That's
fuck
so
is this guy's
fucking
hair,
funny.
man? Can't be all fucked
Wait,
up
gotta go
anymore.
add to the shit
Okay.
pile. Hold on.
Oh my
I actually
God.
called my
Oh,
barber
yeah,
yesterday to get a
I'm excited to
haircut.
see the changes. I think this is gonna be a big patch. Big.
huge patch.
I called my barber
Yeah.
yesterday to get a haircut, and that motherfucker
It's
is
not-
like
it's
stuck
not
in
explained.
Florida or some shit.
The patch is good, okay? That's the rule now.
Dude,
If the
I
patch was
skip
bad, Snap
every
would be
shit
in
league.
Hawaii
It's-
right now.
I skipped Light, I skipped Crucible, and I skipped Keepers. Though all of those leagues were dog shit. So I mean, I have a natural talent here for picking out the shit ones.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, what
Okay,
about
wait.
Mirror Calandra, huh?
Listen, I had to. That was community service. I
How
had
bad
to
is the
play
hair?
out of an obligation to the community.
They said get your magic find characters ready, and we
Yeah,
did.
he said get your regified characters ready. Like,
Dude, how bad is my hair, man? Like, it's pretty bad. Like, honestly, like I look like a combination of like a 14-year-old Justin Bieber kid plus like a 75-year-old comb over fuck. No? Like, what is wrong with, like, I need to get a haircut, but my barber is literally not in the same state as me right now. Like, what do you want me to do? He said he don't fuck with you in a nice way. Brother, he fucks with my money at the very least. That's the last barber on this earth. Understandable. You look nearly like DMT. It's working, guys. So we can get him bald soon. Thought maybe you're going for an audition with Def Leppard. Okay, like guys. First of all, it's not even that bad. Second of all, like, does it matter what your hair looks like if you can bench like 275 for like 5 reps? No. My streamer is back. Lauren. Is that right, Lauren? What is up, my brother / sister? Who needs a barber when you can shave your head? That is precisely why this addicted motherfucker has lost his ad emote privileges. Farmer looked like Asian Justin Bieber. Like, that's actually a compliment because Justin Bieber is a handsome guy, so thank you. You ain't going back to the gym, little gup, don't cap. I went to the gym today. Okay, actually, are there any actual gym bros here who know the science? Oh, Brett, I bet you know this. Do you know who Mike Menser is? Okay, there's this guy I discovered recently. His name is Mike Menser. He was like a former bodybuilder. Okay, this motherfucker says you do 3 sets for like every workout. So it's like if you do, on your back day, you do 1 set of like rows, 1 set of like pull downs, and then like 1 set of curls. And then that's your whole back workout for the whole week. Like, is that fake news or is that legit? Because I could do that. You know what I mean? Yeah, but you really gotta push it? Like, what? Like, do I have to like shit my pants every workout or what? I do 1 set rep of food into my gullet. Yeah, your mom does 1 set rep of my nuts in her mouth. Not necessarily the whole week. No, I read it was the whole week for like that body part. Like you do like 3 workouts a week. It's like you do legs, back, chest, 3 workouts the whole week. Like 9 sets total. People don't train hard enough to do Mike Menzer style workouts, brother. I train like you don't know how hard I train. I'm talking projectile vomit every set. Nah, Mike Menzer was low-key just a scam artist with insane genes. Have you had a good mental reset? No, I had the worst mental reset ever, Shaz. I played League of Legends for like 3 weeks. Got ran down by my teammates. It was like fucking terrible. You go for broke and recover properly, so it depends on how quickly you recover. Ah, I see. He wants to off his shit already. He's gone after a week. Bro goes to the gym once, watch YouTube videos for the rest of the week. League is not it, brother. No, I had fun. I had fun. No, you know what? You know what actually fucked me this last month? I started drinking kombucha. Do you guys know what kombucha is? It ruined my whole month. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Are you guys familiar with kombucha? That shit is nasty. No, it actually tastes pretty good. But what I did not know is kombucha is fermented tea. Okay? Which obviously has caffeine. And I was drinking that shit at like 9 o'clock because I thought it tasted good. And I just like had the worst sleep for like the last 3 weeks. And then today I learned that kombucha has caffeine in it. For like the last 3 weeks, I was like, why the fuck can't I sleep? Bro, you didn't even get a haircut for this day. My barber is in Florida. Shut the fuck up. I wanted to. That's the girl stuff you pretend to like, right? No, it's good. Shit messed my gut. Get a cheap... Dude, I can't... Like, you can't cheat on your barber, brother. Like, dude, think about how awkward it is if you go to your barber with, like, a fucked up haircut. Like, he'll know. He'll know, and then, like, he won't put the same dedication and care into cutting your hair. No, you can't cheat on your barber, brother. Like, what are we talking about here? That's illegal. Bro, you look like a mushroom. Dude, you know who I look like? Dude, this is my haircut. Like, who's that guy from, fuck, what's that movie called? Guys, what's that movie called? It's like, the guy has the cattle prod. He just goes around fucking, or not cattle prod. He has like the cattle thing that like, the cattle executioner. And he just goes and just like plugs people's heads. No Country, yes, No Country for Old Men. Like, I got this guy's haircut, do I not? Like, what the fuck? It's so cooked. Like, that's literally what my hair looks like right now. Oh, God. Brother, my barber is not home. You gotta start wearing hats when your barber's out of service. Look, listen to this, listen to this. I don't know if you believe this or not, but my head is too big to wear hats. I saw that ad Towers, please, in chat. Dude, I can't wear hats. Like, the hats don't fit my head. Like, let me see if I have a hat in the closet. I don't have a hat. This is a take it to your own hands type shit. No, it's fine, man. Like I'll just wait like 3 more days till my barber gets back, and then, you know, we'll be Bing chilling again. All right, chat. Be honest. Actually, can one of the mods put up a poll? I'm genuinely curious. Like, who thinks I've been doing my homework, hitting the gym? I'm swole as fuck right now, and I'm gonna bench 225 easy. Like, I actually need to know like what the thoughts are on that. Actually, no, don't even put up a poll. Just type 1 if you think I can do it. Type 2 if you don't. What? 1, you got this? What's your bench right now? Like 270. No, it's I could probably do 275 for 5. Like, if I like you guys know, like, you guys ever hear that story where like The moms. Oh shit. Haley's calling me. Hang on, this is my pharmacist. Hello? Hi. Oh god, that was my pharmacist calling. I asked them to extend like one of my prescriptions, and I'm not gonna lie, I almost said love you bye. Like what do you do then? Like do you just GG next it or what? 275 for 5 cap? No. They don't think I can do 225 for 1. Like, there's no way you guys don't think I can do 225 for 1. I'm pretty sure, like, any 18-year-old kid can do that. You feel me? Like, think about it like this. Like, oh, a mother, like, her kid, like, was stuck under a car, and, like, she found the strength to, like, lift up a whole-ass car. You know what I mean? Like, if you, with that mindset, like, can't anybody do 225 easy? You feel me? Stand on that I love you bye. Give us a flex right now real quick. You can't see it because it's like... Just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm wearing a sweatshirt. I'm wearing a sweatshirt. Don't you weigh like 250? I weigh like 180. SpongeBob shit, you can't do 2 stuffed animals, chief. I weigh like 1. Let me go weigh myself. Like 183. I'm like 183. Remember to take the lengthening weight off first, big guy. What the fuck is lengthening weight? I weigh 190. I can't do 140 5x5. LOL. No, I'm just kidding. Like 225 isn't that easy. 183 should bench 183 untrained. That's not how it works, brother. That's not how it works. Like, I'm telling you, this shit is like, dude, these people are about to lose so much money. But anyways, let's see what's going on in this Discord.
One thing, getting a top hill, no.
Come on now.
What is your all-time best bench, and how long have you actually been back in the gym? My all-time best bench is like 265. And I've been back in the gym for like a month. No, like 3 weeks. I weighed 110 in high school and could do 1 rep at 225. That's actually insane.
15 minutes, bro.
That's actually madness.
They added a map complete tag to POE 1 maps. I mean, they do. It's called Killing the Boss.
If you're training, muscle memory is real, to be honest. True. Bro, no shot. I could probably, actually, like, my 1 rep max probably was like 300. Did I actually do it? No. Like, that's how much I guesstimate I could have done at my peak. You feel me? Is that fair? I've wrestled since I was 6.
Way too many people here.
Shut the fuck up, Evan.
So I feel like you have to like factor in like how much you like, you know, you think you could have done.
Name's called hard mic spam only. Doesn't mean
If I could hit 315 for 3 at 16, I'm gonna need you to. Dude, that's cap. That's actually cap as fuck.
Chili.
That's actually the biggest cap I ever heard in my goddamn life. 315 grams, maybe.
It's too easy, Chili.
In League, how do I not give my teammates cancer? They already have it. That's the problem, Addicted. My all-time best was 275. Bench has been my all-time worst lift ever, and I probably could have done more than one, but I didn't have a spotter. It's pretty good. I'm only 160 and could bench 250. All right, like, come on. Like, are we all liars in this chat? Like, let's be real here. Like, how come everyone all of a sudden can bench like they weigh 17 grapes and they can bench like 400 pounds? Like, let's be honest here, boys. Like, what are we talking about? Like, ain't no way. Hey man, how you doing? I'm doing good, son.
Is that a fucked up pufferfish on your shelf?
The amount of misinformation being passed around like it's galaxy gas is giving me an aneurysm. Brother, I'm actually jacked.
It's a New Zealand ram.
Real question is, how much can you squat, brother? If there's one question you never ask a man, is how much they can squat. Yay or nay?
Hold on.
Real question, how often can you goon? Ask your mom.
That I am.
My foot is fucked up. I don't squat much. Smoj, like same. Like I fucked up my back when I was a kid deadlifting.
Clap for the homies.
Now my back is completely
I
fucked.
don't know what this is or where we got it or why.
Yo, welcome back, Big Dog. What is up, boys? I'm actually so excited for this POE league. I'm not even gonna lie. Like this could be Keepers 2.0, and I'm putting like 500 hours in this first month.
Why we have this?
Real talk though, only deadlift matters, brother. The only thing that matters is bench press. Let's be real here, okay? Like no one, like no woman is like, oh, look at that dude's legs, man. Like that guy's got some nice legs.
But
like the only people who care about like what like a person's legs look like are other dudes. You know what I mean?
Hey, Mitch.
Hey, Red.
True or
Why does your
false?
mic sound different?
It's not. I'm using my AirPods right now.
I see.
bro has like the most professional like mic setup, and then
Sounds like some weak back dog.
for the reveal.
That's what I was thinking. Like, he's actually spent like money and time on
Women
his
don't
setup.
care about what you bench either. No, they do. They actually do.
I'm not at home right now. That's why.
Makes sense.
Like women want some like nice thick titties on a man. Yeah or nay?
Yeah.
Making gameplay worse.
Yeah, like, that's just facts.
No, what do you mean?
Carefully
He's,
calculating and
professional now.
curating what would make things worse for Spat.
Talking about what women like, brother. Like, let me show you guys something.
Your aura's no longer affected.
Anthony Shiger.
True.
Or wait, what's this guy? Wait, what's this guy's actual name?
Nerf, it's so true. It's
Javier-
like dead ass, like the weakest support in the 6-man. Like, let's be fucking real. We have like banners are so fucking stupid. War cries are fucking stupid. Like the druggery guy is fucking stupid. Like, but people just complain about aura bots out of just
Okay,
sheer
the
ignorance
guy
about
whose
the, like,
haircut I
dynamics going
share-
on in party play.
Well, yeah, 'cause
Right?
Reworking mana reservation again.
The guy whose haircut I share is widely considered as one of the biggest rugged charms in Hollywood. Like what else is there to say? Like what else is there to say? Like what else is there to say? What up, Mr. Farmer? It's your boy, the airline pilot. Glad to see you back. What the fuck is the airline pilot? Women like men who don't play League. That's true. Haley hates it when I play League. I don't know why. You know, can I say something? Can I say something? Haley is the biggest hypocrite ever. Okay, let me explain to you why. She did not play video games, and then she would always like interrupt me when I was playing and like ask me like random ass shit, and I would like kind of be like, I wouldn't get like mad at her, but I'd be like, can we talk about this later? And she'd be like, can we talk about like just like pause the game? I'm like, I can't pause the game. Now she's addicted to Stardew Valley, and every time she's playing and I ask her a question, she like actually flips out on me. And I'm like, now you know how it feels, woman. It doesn't feel good, does it? Do PoE 1 drops work for PoE 2? I think some of them are like overlapping. So now what I do Now what I do is whenever she plays Stardew, I just like ask her like random ass questions. I'll just be like, do you know if it's gonna snow tomorrow? Like, what do you want for dinner? Blah blah blah, blah, you know? Also, you can also pause Stardew. Hey, what you want to eat? Shut the fuck up. Can we talk about that later? Bro, she takes care of you 24/7. Let her have some brother. She does not take care of me 24/7. Unk pulling up a pause timer. Oh my god, we're almost there. Eat your POE and let her farm while you sleep. Brother. Dude, you should have seen her. You should have seen her when she played, what was it called? Battle World for the first time. Oh my god, dude. That was, like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, do you guys think that people who are bad at video games are, like, low-key dumb? Serious question. Yes, of course. I don't, but like, and Haley's a really smart woman, but watching her play Power World for the first time made me think, like, is there something wrong with this woman? Because this motherfucker, like, you know how like in Power World, it's like you're throwing Pokeballs, right? She was like legitimately, and I know it's because it was like her first time playing video games. She was legitimately, instead of like turning her camera in order to like, instead of like shifting her like her point of view in order to throw the Pokeball in a different direction, she would just like turn her neck. So she'd be like throwing the ball and then and like in the game it would just like be missing really badly, and then she'd just be like twisting her neck to try and like spin it into the right direction. I looked at her and I was like, oh, my sweet summer child. Holy shit. Same though, God. Most women, okay, brother, let's not go there. This first time playing POE? No. I've played 3 leagues now. You ever play a racing game? I actually don't play racing games, but I know what you mean. You kind of put some body spin on it, right? Yeah. All right. I'm gonna be honest, I think the lack of people my age playing POE will end up driving me away from it. Wait, how old are you? 7 minutes, all our hopes and dreams for a good league will be crushed. Like, come on, brother. Like, it can't be that bad, man. Like, where's this negativity coming from, boys? Huh? Gonna name my character Farm Squirter. My world is so confused. Farmer and Miso on at the same time. I know. Shouldn't Miso be like asleep right now? Bro is addicted to POE, won't take his girlfriend out for dinner, and you ask him if he plays any racing games as of age. Wait, lolly. Law, lie, to lot. What does that name even mean, first of all? Second of all, how old are you? Are you young or are you old? Because I feel like there's actually a lot of old people playing POE. I'm only 22, but to be honest, this is an unk game. Bruh. Have you taken Haley to the Cheesecake Factory? No, I don't worry about Haley. I take good care of her. I'm 41, so yeah, it is an old game. This is a game for old heads. I don't know why. No. Brother. I wined and dined her the other night. You should have mainlined D2R like Rabbit was. I was kind of like feeling like a break from ARPG, you know? I'm in my 20s, literally 29.9 Sag. Oh. Oof. Oof. Yo, wine and dine Wendy's. No. Lamau, you took her to Taco Bell by $14. Break from ARPG just to head to the Riot Games torture chambers. Oh my god. I tried some Torchlight while waiting for this league. It's really fun, but if you're not willing to spend at least $10 on season pass, then loot is giga ass. Torchlight Infinity? POE 1 was my first ARPG. Torchlight Infinity is goated. Really? I've heard everyone say like mixed things about it. And it has like pretty bad player retention, right? Also, it's light a lot. Light a lot. Brother, your name was almost lolly a lot. Like, let's just let that sink in for a second. You were 1 T away from just getting sent to the Shadow Realm. I'm 30 and a surgical resident playing POE. Is that cap? Is this the same thing as like when that guy said he was an astronaut and Haley believed him? Bro is watching somebody watch. Oh yeah, my bad. Here we go. My buddy did his first league free to play. We gifted him the battle pass for quality life and got converted. Is it that good? I bought my ex-girlfriend that sexy Pokemon lamp off that perverted website Farmer. And she blocked me on all socials. Thanks, big bro.
Shazam Bomb just subscribed with Prime. Fuck ads.
Jazz, thank you for the Prime, man. 11 months. Holy shit. I will literally DM on Discord watching your shit-ass stream in the middle of my on-call. I'm in the hospital leaving your shit-ass stream. Oh, wait, let's from how offended. I hope my doctor doesn't get that offended, okay? Like, I hope my surgeon doesn't get offended when I talk shit to him and then just like fucks up my surgery. Mawaj is, god damn it. Laliette. Sir, Paladin was glazing your temple playtime earlier today? What do you mean by temple playtime?
Devilane just subscribed for 4 months.
Dev, thank you so much for the 4 months, man. Total hours played POE 2? I don't even think I have that much total hours played in POE 2. You feel me? Few minutes till this. Okay, guys. I actually have high hopes for this. Like, they fucked up so badly last league. They're not gonna, like, lightning doesn't strike twice, right? Like, it's gonna be one fuck up, but then we're chilling. You feel me? Do we see your playtime on Steam? Like, this doesn't count. Like, half of this is like AFK time. You know what I mean? Half of this is AFK time. So like, realistically, I have like 1K hours in POE 2. You feel me? Like, I probably have like 800 hours in POE 2. You know what I mean? Like, realistically. All right, 15 seconds, boys. The league is gonna be saved. Don't you even worry. Your poor
Hi,
electric.
I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile Mirage, which is coming out 1 week from now on March 6th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Mirage weapon effect by following the instructions below. Now first things first, let's roll the trailer for Path of Exile Mirage.
The Jinn. They were bound to serve, but not to suffer. The Aphrodite sought our lands trapping my Jinn in an astral plane. Break their chains, rescue them, and you will be granted a wish. An ancient evil yearns for his freedom. We must keep him in the dark.
Whoa. He burst the core? No!
In today's stream, we'll take you on a deep dive into Path of Exile Mirage, where you'll unravel ancient mysteries, unlock new powerful rewards, and become part of the eons-old story of the Winter Sekima. There are also significant in-game changes coming alongside Mirage, including a progression of the in-game storyline, a new in-game Atlas system, and as always, new rewards to match. After that, we want to talk about the slew of new Holy Templar skills and supports, as well as an additional Ascendancy class option added to the Scion, which some of you may find familiar.
Ooh.
Next, we'll cover our new supporter packs, and then lastly, have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile game director Mark, as well as game designer Octavian, your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT or 2 PM PST. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile Mirage, you'll be taking on the Afarud, a sect of desert-dwelling necromancers who have lingered in the shadows for centuries.
Hi,
They
Mark.
are outcasts of outcasts, with no home or promised land. Instead, they seek their sovereignty through darker means. The Afarud have captured the souls of Jinn throughout Rayclast. They are killing them, sapping their energies for purposes unknown. You must fight your way past the Afarud's necromantic creations to find the captive Jinn. Here, Varashta, an ancient Marikith sorceress, has been doing what she can to protect the Jinn, but she needs your help to free them. After successfully defeating them, you will then be asked by Varashta to enter the Astral Realm and break the tether trapping the Jinn there. This gate to the Astral Realm is a mirage, an imperfect copy of the area around the captured Jinn. Now, when we say an imperfect copy, we mean that quite literally. Hold tight, because this leak mechanic has some serious implications for juicing areas. We'll get to that in a moment. Varashta can augment the magic of the Mirage further, as she allows you to enter, giving you the option to choose one of 3 wishes before you do so.
What is your desire?
These wishes are modifiers that will apply to the Mirage area, and have some pretty potent outcomes. There are wishes that grant extra
Aaron.
rewards, such as the wish for glyphs, which causes all portal and wisdom scrolls in the Mirage to instead drop as other currencies.
Wait, that's insane.
Or wishes that will spawn rewarding enemies, such as the wish for avarice, which replaces a number of packs in the area with gilded enemies.
Wait, that's
that
actually
convert their
insane.
equipment drops to gold. And wishes that can
What the
grant you
fuck?
extreme power while inside the Mirage, such as the wish for souls or the wish for godhood, which allow you to consume the souls of your enemies or make you completely unkillable, while within the Mirage, of course. Each wish is also marked with a sigil of one of 3 powerful Jinn: the Sand Jinn, Fire Jinn,
Eddie, thank you.
or Water Jinn.
We're back.
Depending on the sigil chosen, monsters within the affected Mirage will have a small chance to drop one of 3 new coin currencies.
Okay.
a coin of knowledge, coin of power, or coin of skill. Each of these coins can be used on a max leveled skill gem, corrupting it and augmenting it with a random support that matches the color of the coin used.
What the hell?
Only one skill that is imbued this way can be socketed into a given equipment item at a time, meaning you cannot have 2 imbued skill gems in your body armor, as an example.
Choose what you wish.
That's one of the rewards, but let's get back to the area-to-area
Wait, so it's like
mechanic.
6.5 links.
Once you've made your choice of wish, enter the Mirage and fight your way through the monsters and astral hazards to find the tether holding the Djinn. Shatter this chain to free the Djinn, step by step weakening whatever dark plans the Ufarood may have for Rayclast. Wishes are not the only value a Mirage has to offer to an enterprising exile. As we mentioned earlier, Mirages are an imperfect copy of the area the Djinn occupies in Rayclast, and it will copy almost anything, as long as it's within the domain of the Djinn. Mirages created from an endgame map, for instance, will have all Scarab, Atlas, and map modifiers the area had. Mirages created next to a strongbox will have a new strongbox ready for you to open. Blights can be defended again.
Wow. Blights can be done again?
Legions fought once more, and so on. Effectively, you get a portion of your map to play a second time, and everything you did to enhance the content of that map applies in the Mirage too. These recreated copies of League mechanics, however, have been warped into reality by the power of the Mirage. And this has some side effects. For one, a recreation may not be perfect. The factions of a Legion may differ from the one the Mirage copied. Or, the variety of strongboxes may change. More importantly, the mechanic may be empowered, with new threats and rewards that are customized to each mechanic and are only available when doing that mechanic in the Mirage. For example, ultimatums recreated in Mirages will have new threatening modifiers added to the usual pool. Restless Ground can raise slain enemies to fight again, or Quicksand will grasp at your ankles. As a reward for these new threats, Mirage ultimatums can provide the new Sinistral or Dextral catalysts. These catalyze jewelry with increased effect of either prefix or suffix modifiers. As you can imagine, there's a lot of potential here. Another example is that Kalgurin ore recreated in the Mirage has a chance to be replaced by a thaumaturgic hourglass, a powerful magical device that your Kalgurin friends can mine in order to obtain vast quantities of thaumaturgic dust. Blight encounters recreated in Mirages have one of their lanes replaced by Ufarood enemies, infested with Blight. This lane can reward a new base type, the Cord Belt. The implicit of this belt allows it to be anointed, causing it to grant a passive tree notable of your choosing.
Oh my god, that's broken.
As a quick note, Imprisoned Djinn will generally be near the content they can empower in the Mirages.
Wait, hold on, who's using that,
though? You don't need to worry too much about getting lucky with where your content generates in an area.
It's still gonna be Headhunter Mageblood, though,
As the campaign doesn't generally contain too much additional League content for the Mirages to empower, we've gone and added a whole bunch that will force spawn near the Djinn. So your campaign experience will double down on being more action-packed and rewarding. Now, of course, if you're traveling through Mirages, encountering new enemies, and slaying them, you can expect to find some new uniques. The Ufarood are not only torturers, but thieves, and have over the centuries stolen away priceless Maraketh artifacts. Using their powers of rot and disease, they have twisted these items to suit their own purposes. Flesh Render is one such artifact, an ancient and exquisite Maraketh blade that has been tarnished and befouled.
What's up, Rabbit?
Its rusted and jagged edge is perfect for poisoning and withering your enemies. However, Varushta has in her command the power to restore these once lost Maraketh treasures to their former glory.
What is his ability? Is this a new
Acquiring
ability?
a coin of restoration by slaying monsters and mirages allows any unique obtained from the Afarud to be transformed into its Maraketh counterpart, its glorious original form.
When did your
Flesh
barber
Render,
die?
for example, transforms into Sky Sunder, the original Maraketh blade that radiates with the glowing heat of the desert sun.
No, I need to get a haircut.
When you
My-
ignite monsters, Sky Sunder reflects that ignite back to you, which proliferates to nearby enemies in a massive area.
Ooh.
If you meddle with the affairs of the Afarud for too long, though, you may draw the ire of the Mirage League's new endgame boss, Suresh of the Weeping Black.
Why did he just rip his head? Oh, it's a...
Suresh also has a set of powerful, exclusive items. Yours for the taking, if you're able to defeat him. So that's the Mirage League.
Did that look like shit?
To face all the new evils, you might want some righteous skills. Some holy skills.
Wait.
In 328, you'll have access to a slew of new options to bring divine devastation and return the faithless to their rightful graves.
Who's using that belt, though? Be
We're also
honest.
introducing some supports to go with them, as well as some new transfigured gems. Let's go over a few examples. With Holy Hammers, you slam the ground to call down a Hammer of Justice from the sky. If this hits an enemy, an additional Holy Hammer will cascade forwards, which itself can further cascade, and so forth. Expending a power charge when using the skill will call down an additional 2 hammers, which can also cause cascading slams. The more numerous your foes, the more instruments of holy judgment.
Wait, this looks sick.
Sweep is an old skill. In fact, it is so old that it's one of the very first skills ever implemented in Path of Exile, over 15 years ago.
It looks
It's
like
been
shit.
long overdue for some attention. With 328, it has been reworked into Holy Sweep. This skill converts some of your physical damage to lightning, with shiny new effects to match.
It is the lightning.
Some enemies struck by the initial sweep will have hammers of light batter them from above. These hammers cause area damage where they land, so clustered enemies are demolished by repeated impacts. When successfully hitting an enemy with Holy Strike, you'll summon forth a floating holy armament, a glowing mace that follows you closely. These weapons are minions, and will attack with Holy Strike themselves whenever you do. These holy armaments will copy the stats of your main hand weapon to deal their damage. Stand against your foes with Shield of Light, a retaliation skill which will allow you to unleash a cone of holy light upon enemies after blocking a hit with your shield. Additional cones of light will also pour forth from your nearby allies when you hit with the skill, allowing you to recruit your holy army to create purging light. Divine Blast emits a beam of holy light from your shield, coalescing into a hovering ball of energy. A few moments later, this unstable orb bursts, exploding outward with divine power. Hallow supports melee attacks, causing them to inflict a new debuff, Hallowing Flame. Hallowing Flame builds up as charges on enemies, getting consumed when attacked.
It seems like the only good one so
Consuming
far
a
is the
stack of
first
Hallowing
one.
Flame gives the attack that consumed it a significant amount of extra fire damage. But only those who did not inflict the Hallowing Flame are able to consume it. Perfect for those of you who enjoy a more supportive
Yeah, the
playstyle
slam was really
with your
good.
army of holy sentinels. Or friends, when they're online. We've also added sources of this debuff to a number of other places, such as unique items,
POE 2 reveal, yeah.
cluster
I'm
jewels,
so pumped.
and the Guardian Ascendancy class. We also have another batch of new transfigured gems, with many of these being variants for gems which previously had none. One example is the Shockwave Totem of Authority, which casts its higher damage dealing Nova at your location instead of its own.
Ooh.
You might also enjoy Orb of Storms of Squalls. These storms warp directly
That's
to
actually
targets
really
when
good.
you use lightning skills, and arc lightning upon doing so. This gives you a mobile storm of destruction that follows you as you dive into battle. We'll
That
leave
looks
the rest
good.
of the transfigured skills for you to comb through in the patch notes.
Wait, that looks like our POE 2 build,
Speaking
no?
of the patch notes, as
Kind of-
always,
yeah, we might do
we'd
that
love to
shit.
shake up the meta. So we've done a bunch of balance adjustments to a few other things as well, such as a pass on bloodline classes, expanded the passives available to the Templar section of the passive tree, and
Damn, they
various
really-
improvements to existing holy themed skills such as Static Strike, Holy Flame Totem, and Dominating Blow. We're also doing our usual improvement to some of the least played Ascendancy classes. This time with a focus on Guardian and Warden.
How much you
Speaking
miss-
of
it's just
Ascendancies,
skills. Nothing
let's
really.
talk about the Scion and her new Reliquarian Ascendancy class.
Sounds kind of
For
a baddie,
those that
no?
have played the Legacy of Freesia events, this class will seem familiar. The Reliquarian is a learned Scion that has studied history at the Oriath Academy. She is a part of a secret society of Oriathans, dedicated to collecting and discerning the strange properties of unique items. All of her passive powers come from these unique items, found from throughout Rayclast. After ascending, first select the power of a unique armor. Victario's influence increases the level of all your
Oh,
auras
shit.
and gives them a much larger area of effect.
What the fuck?
Or instead, take Kilowava's Bluster, giving you a chance to have extreme elemental resistance against incoming hits. Next, pick from a unique weapon power. Widow Hail greatly increases the bonuses gained from your quiver. Or Martyr's Teaching, which causes your minions' critical strike chance with attacks to be equal to your main hand weapons. Lastly, pick your Crown Jewel, a unique jewelry power. Astral Projector causes Nova spells to cast from enemies rather than from yourself. Or take Astramentus, simply giving you a huge boost to all your attributes. Due to all the ways you can mix and match unique powers, the Reliquarian has more flexibility in how you build it compared to any other Ascendancy class in the game. Our plan going forward is for the Reliquarian to not be a static Ascendancy class, and between each expansion, the unique powers which are offered will change. If you don't like what she offers this expansion, hopefully she'll have the power of your favorite unique item in the next one. Time to move on to the endgame. With this expansion, we are
Okay.
aiming to liven up the endgame,
Okay.
giving players new experiences, strategies to leverage, and streamlining or removing the more frustrating tasks. Extensive changes will be coming to the Atlas and how you engage with maps, without interfering with the beloved core experience that has made mapping so successful.
Towers.
In the last few endgame updates, you experienced Zana's story. How she helped defeat the Elder, tried to stop exiles from going mad in the Atlas, and faced new threats pouring forth from
Slayer
it.
bastards.
In the most recent expansion, she eventually realized that there was only one way forward: to destroy the Atlas. Zana's recent actions have now weakened the already strained and tattered edges of its realities, reshaping how we interact with the Atlas entirely. To explain how this changes your interactions with the Atlas,
Towers.
we first want to establish some context while having a bit of a trip down memory lane. 27 expansions ago, back in Path of
Memory
Exile
lane.
3.1.0, The War for the Atlas, we had a mechanic on the
No.
Atlas where the Shaper and Elder were engaged in war. This manifested as influence regions on the Atlas
No,
that
not this
affected
shit.
specific maps.
Please
The
not this
ever-changing
shit.
influence regions made the Atlas feel more like a physically connected space,
No.
rather than just a fancy way of visualizing a checklist of completed maps. However, one of the main frustrations with this mechanic was that you constantly needed many different specific maps in order to manipulate the
Oh,
influence
wait, I was kidding
regions.
too, not towers, man.
We realized we'd love to again have mechanics that manifest physically on your Atlas, but we'd have to address the issue of always needing those specific maps.
Oh my god, he's gonna say towers.
The first major change we'll be making to solve this is divorcing map items from specific areas. As an example, instead of having a Mesa map, you will now find, say, a Tier 10 map. To open a Mesa map now, Just locate and select Mesa on your atlas, put in your map item, click activate, and you're good to go.
What?
That Mesa may drop a tier 11 map. You can then immediately return to your map device, which will default to the last map run, and then run it again.
Wait, hold
Or
on.
choose a new map to use it on. It's your choice.
This could be a good thing. This is QOL. This is a QOL. Oh, I got scared for a second.
This is one of
there.
the many benefits to this change, which is that if you're the type of player who enjoys chaining the same map over and over,
oh god,
or the type of player who prefers to jump around,
thank God,
it is equally easy to do either strategy or even switch between them at a moment's notice.
Okay, this is good. This is actually good.
For example, if one day you're farming burial chambers,
Fix the
hoping to
scry too?
eventually get a headhunter from divination cards, and you decide you need a change of rhythm, you can seamlessly swap to your boss farming atlas tree and spam Mesa for peak boss killing efficiency. Up until now,
this is good. This is
would
so
have
good.
required having some Mesa maps stashed, setting all your favorite maps to Mesa, or doing a whole bunch of trading.
This is so good.
You'll also notice that the structure of the atlas has changed. If you haven't played in a while, here's a look at it before and after. You will now begin at the center of the atlas, with each corner housing one of 4 voidstone slots. In addition, all content accessed from your map device now exists physically on the atlas, so you can see everything available in the endgame as you reveal the Fog of War. This also means that all unique maps are now present on the atlas, including some old favorites that are appearing for the first time.
BJ now.
Don't worry though, you don't need to complete Hall of Grandmasters every league. You now gain 1 atlas skill point per unique map completed, up to a maximum of 10. Given there are around 20 unique maps, you only need to complete the half you want, if you can get your hands on them.
Wow.
Note, you aren't losing any atlas skill points. These have been moved to new places, and actually, you can get more than before. Due to Zana's actions, Egan now has a new goal and is determined to stop Zana's destruction by making use of a mysterious new discovery, arcane astrolabes. Zana is currently traversing the threads that weave the atlas together, severing them. With these new astrolabes, Egan is able to trace her movement, but using them causes dangerous side effects. When you use an astrolabe on a map on the atlas, a shaped region will manifest itself in that quadrant.
Oh god, that's not
affecting
good.
many of the maps within it.
No,
there
not
are
this
many
shit.
different kinds of astrolabes, and they apply different types of shaped regions. For example,
what?
An abyssal region, which causes all the maps to have an additional abyss. Or a blighted region, which adds a blight encounter.
Oh no, boys.
Completing the content added by the astrolabe will remove the shaped region's influence from that map. Upon doing so, every other map remaining in the shaped region will gain an additional modifier. This means as you progress through the shaped region, maps you run will become more and more intense, with the relevant mechanic getting more and more juiced.
This means you're gonna have to run a bunch of shitty map templates though.
Finally, at the end of the region of maps, once you have successfully rid the atlas of the shaped region, Egan will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards to be had. He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the atlas, so you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward. One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded with powerful unique items.
Okay, this is pretty cool.
Or
Yeah, this is pretty cool
the
actually.
Zealot's Vault, to acquire valuable currency items. This new
I'm not
shaped
sure.
region
We'll have to
system
see.
is
This
one
one
that
is,
promotes
like,
running
I'm not
many
sure about.
different maps. But for players that want to engage with this new system while still wanting to run the same map over and over again, the synthesized stability keystone on the Atlas tree enables exactly that. With all the new
What is
endgame
this?
changes, we thought it would be also good to mention some handy
That
tips and
ability
tricks
looks- what is
for
it? What's
quickly
this ability?
navigating the new Atlas. When using the map device,
What is
the
that
Atlas
ability?
defaults to your previously run map, so running the same map over and over is as few clicks as possible. You can right-click unique maps or map fragments in your inventory to automatically open your atlas to that location with the map already placed and ready to run.
This is amazing.
When you
Great
select a
QOL.
special area that requires multiple items, such as to fight at Zeri or open the Domain of Timeless Conflict, if you have the fragments to access that in your inventory, it will automatically add them to the map device in the right spot. That's the core of the new endgame.
Wow,
But there's a lot more in-game changes coming in 328.
That's really good QOL.
Let's blast through them. Over the last few expansions, we've been working on streamlining the mapping experience. And we wanted to continue to minimize busy work so you can spend more time doing what you love, killing monsters and getting loot.
Why don't they
To
have a
that
filter
end,
on, though?
We've made a number of changes. We won't get into too much detail, but here's a quick summary of what you can expect to have received adjustment.
Like, where's the loot filter?
We've removed cartographer's chisels and map device crafts entirely. The loss of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places. Voidstones now grant special global bonuses while socketed on your atlas, including adding the new Originator Voidstone, which enables specific atlas bosses to drop exceptional supports. We'll elaborate more on that in the next section. T17 maps as you know it have effectively been removed. The bosses have been kept around, and they better fulfill their original purpose of being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses. The most annoying modifiers on Originator maps have been removed or replaced. No more getting turned into a slug for simply using skills.
Oh
and
my
no
God.
more will you be incapable of dealing damage
Oh my
periodically.
God, thank you!
Petal skills in
Thank
Originator maps have been
you!
removed.
Holy
However,
shit!
some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads. Memory tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your atlas, will now drop an itemized version of that thread, allowing you to save it for later or trade it at your leisure. We've added new scarabs, such as this Expedition Scarab of Infusion, which can generate some truly tempting logbooks. And for those of you looking to take on the ultimate one-on-one fight, the Anarchy Scarab of the Exceptional will place a true antagonist-level rogue exile threat in your map. Empowered by every type of Wildwood Wisp, possessed by a tormented spirit, augmented with rare monster modifiers, and affected by a shrine, this exile is not to be trifled with.
It's gonna drop no loot.
Alongside that, we've also changed some,
drop
such
zero
as the
loot.
Beyond Scarab of Resurgence, which now causes all 3 Beyond bosses to appear when a Beyond boss would spawn in your map. On top of that, we've made improvements to a number of weak Atlas Tree passives, such as Pillage and Plunder, which now grants a chance for items dropped by Syndicate members to have a Fractured Veiled mod.
Ooh.
Check out the new The Path Not
Fractured
Taken
Veiled?
Keystone, which
Hold
means your
up.
maps on average will drop twice as many divination cards.
Wait, that's actually
But which ones can
insane.
drop will be a mystery. And last, but not least, we've also made some changes to King's March shipping, such as we've swapped the rewards given by sending ore and crops. I wonder what this new port will send back. Ports will now give more rewards for favoured resources, and you can even re-roll them for gold, if they're not offering what you're after.
Wait, what?
Specific ports will now reward specific tattoos and rune grafts, making it easier to target the ones you want.
Hold up.
Not to mention,
minute.
the Kalgurans have discovered several new powerful rune grafts for you to get your hands on, such as the Rune Graft of Fury, which causes you to gain rage on using a life flask, and
Interesting.
the Rune Graft of Resurgence, which causes Arcane Surge to also grant life regeneration.
Ooh. Those
We
are
mentioned
shit.
earlier
Not
about
really.
the
Those are
Originator
niche.
Voidstone enabling access to exceptional supports. So let's get into that, as there's a decent amount to cover. After defeating the incarnations of Fear, Neglect, and Dread, you will obtain the Originator Voidstone. As mentioned earlier, This Void Stone allows new, exceptional support gems to drop from many bosses across the Atlas. These new supports are an improvement over the old Awakened support system, which is being phased out. Awakened supports have long been a capstone investment for a character, but there's existed a gulf between the more interesting ones, such as Awakened Spell Cascade, which has some additional transformative effect, as opposed to some of the simpler Awakened supports, which just have slightly higher numerical values. Exceptional supports will all be transformative, serving as an additional late-game tool to customize your build around, and extending character customization and creation even later into a build's life. One of the goals here is to provide interesting build choices even at later levels and deep into the endgame. However, we are certainly not aiming to reduce top-end player power with these changes. Exceptional supports will still be super strong. If used well, they will catapult your character even further than before. So, how many are there, and what exactly do they do? There are
Jungle
over
Ryan.
40 new exceptional supports to discover, adding additional enticing drops to bosses that may otherwise have felt not as worthwhile to run, giving players extra reason to take on those challenges.
Okay.
For instance, from the King in the Mists, we have the Hex Toad support. This support creates areas of swampy cursed ground, which spawns toads that bounce towards enemies and then explode, dealing chaos damage. From the Uber Elder, we have the Void Storm support, which causes your raining attacks to create celestial storms of energy that grow over time, detonating as you approach for massive damage. Defeating the incarnation of Neglect may win you the Frost Mage support. Similar to the existing Archmage support, you are rewarded for stacking mana to enhance your spells with extraordinary cold damage. We'll tease some more of these before launch, but there will be many, many more for you to discover.
Damn,
Keepers of
those
the
look
Flame
good.
is coming
Those
back.
all looked good.
However, we do
We
know
love
that many
Keepers.
players have issues with the walls in Hive encounters. In order to address these concerns, we'll be making a number of changes. One of the biggest problems is that walls would block your projectiles, meaning that when a hive randomly spawned in your map, it would make it harder to clear. In order to prevent that, walls
add
and
more
hive
walls.
encounters will now be destroyed by any damage. But we also wanted to make sure we reduce the visual clutter they cause. Hives and their walls are now
Why do there need to be
smaller.
walls in the first place, though?
To allow players to engage with hive encounters quicker when they do want to help Aelith, we've added a new Atlas passive which drastically increases the detonation area of unstable burrows, causing them to reliably chain react and destroy the majority of remaining walls. For those who don't want to deal with the walls at all, there's now a pair of keystones that allow you to block hive encounters or unstable breaches, if you want. Now that this is a core league, we don't want you to have to grow your Genesis tree from scratch on every league start. So now, each womb gift slot is already usable by default, and access to the Monastery of the Keepers will be gained by finding Aelith starting in Act 6 Mudflats.
Okay.
Now with Atlas Tree and Scarab support, you can have multiple unstable breach encounters active in a single area, for maximum ruckus. Speaking of Atlas Tree and Scarab support, we've added plenty. Here are a few examples. The Massing Forces Atlas notable grants a chance to have additional unstable breaches in your maps. The Breach Scarab of the Marshal guarantees a breach boss or hive fortress, while the Breach Scarab of the Incensed Swarm replaces all of Aelith's skills with Enrage the Hive, increasing the difficulty and reward from hive monsters in all subsequent waves. Graft items will no longer exist, but we've
Yay.
moved several of the graft skills
Yay.
to new exceptional supports,
No.
such as the Hiveborn support, which summons an army of breach minions to do your bidding when you use a supported offering skill. And the Foul Grasp support, which calls forth a field of grasping breach hands when you recall brands, exploding for heavy lightning damage when enemies approach them.
That's interesting.
We're looking forward to seeing how these improvements and additions are received, alongside a lot of what Keepers also has to offer. From the new bosses in their bloodline, through to the Genesis tree and its many different crafting options, like Foulborn Uniques. Also with its new narrative, we look forward to extrapolating on all of this and learning more about Aelith, the Hiveborn, and its Breachlords in the future.
Okay,
that covers
that's
all
pretty
the
good.
new content we're adding.
That's pretty good.
And that was a lot. From a new in-game
That was a
system,
lot.
several new reward types, new ways to juice maps, all of which you can double up in the new Mirage League, and all that alongside a suite of new holy skills, a new ascendancy class, and an insane amount of new character customization in the endgame. However, an important part of Path of Exile expansions is making sure there is a continued effort to improve quality of life. So let's get into that now. You can now favorite trades on the currency exchange. This consists of selecting 2 currencies that you want to be able to trade between with a single click, and setting them as a favorite trade. Favorite trades will appear by default on opening the currency
that's actually
exchange,
so good.
and will still auto-suggest a ratio based on recent trade data.
That's actually very good.
A further improvement to the currency exchange is the ability to open and interact with your stash while you have the exchange window open.
The
Now,
knowers could already
when
do that,
trading
yeah or
in a
nay.
full set of divination cards, it will automatically be handed in to
This is
become the
huge.
resultant item.
This is huge.
If you then turn in another set immediately, the reward from the previous set will be transferred to your inventory directly, assuming there's enough free space
that's
to do
good.
so. Labyrinth font crafts that previously gave a random transfigured gem now allow you to choose which transfigured gem of that type you'd like to receive.
That's also good.
The asynchronous trade item sale history is now hoverable, with full item descriptions of the sold item.
I love that.
When using Divine Orbs, you can now tell exactly which modifiers can be randomized. The ritual icon will now glow if you've got significant unspent tribute in an area and all rituals are complete. And a pop-up will appear after the final ritual completion.
Okay.
Also on the topic of ritual,
You
you
do
can
ritual
now
in POE1?
quick use vessels on completed rituals. Have you ever tried to click a divine shrine, surrounded by enemies, and find it extremely difficult to click? Well, shrines now take priority over monsters when clicking in an area they overlap.
That's huge. That should have always been that way, though. No?
Since 3.24, we've been looking to add new ways to improve the campaign experience, and 3.28 is no different. This patch, we've added over 20 landmark rooms throughout the campaign, scattered across all 10 acts. Some of these reward some pretty useful stuff, so keep an eye out for the new and unexpected rooms, side passages, chests, and encounters as you progress throughout Rayclast.
This is good.
We want most of these to be a surprise, but we'll show you just one. There is now a small central island in the Karui Fortress, all inhabitants of which will drop a basic tattoo when slain.
I hope
Next
there's
up,
one that just
we're
drops
going
like
to be
currency.
talking about our
like getting
new
your first
supporter
UC would be
packs.
huge in campaign.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Curator of Wisdom and Iron Incarcerator packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
Alright, I'm gonna take a piss during the supporter pack section.
As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Curator of Wisdom series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Traveling Wisdom back attachment has all the necessary tools you may require to chronicle your journey, complete with a helpful rat friend. These chronicles will activate their magic upon identifying items, and will track the number of items identified of each rarity. Just hover the item, or link it in chat to show it off. The Acquired Wisdom Unique Finisher effect summons an ancient scroll that consumes unique enemies and the knowledge they hold. Most exiles would struggle carrying piles of scrolls while traveling Rayclast, but the Grand Curator of Wisdom armor set is perfect for the adventurous scholar. Any expert curator knows that scrolls hold more than just knowledge, they also hold power. As you cast spells, the scrolls attached to the armor will burn away, before rematerializing shortly after. It also features a series of helmet variations, so you can get precisely the look you're after. Summon your Scroll Shaper familiar pet to follow alongside you. This creature is formed from folded magical texts and can shapeshift between different forms.
That's pretty
You
cool.
can think of this as having multiple pets in one. It can fold into a
That's
fox,
actually pretty cool.
and
I'm
then
not a
even
big
burn away,
MTX guy, but that's actually pretty
reforming
cool.
into a flying bird.
Bro, showing pet instead of pixie ground. I think
This
ground
series
will
of
be better
packs
this
also
league.
contains the Scroll Portals. Jumbo-sized versions of the Scroll of Wisdom and Portal Scroll that you can make a quick retreat through.
Nah.
A supreme catalogue of knowledge can't remain in one place for too long and risk being pillaged by thieves. The Titan Apex Hideout features a colossal titan who carries your base of operations atop their shoulders, constantly moving through a boundless desert. The Iron Incarcerator pack also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Incarcerator's Restraints back attachment features stockades that were used to immobilize prisoners by binding them to the earth as they were tortured for their wrongdoings.
I wish they put this at the end, you know, so you had the option to like
Shackles
skip
envelop your
this part.
choice of torturing device when using the Chains of the Incarcerator weapon effect. These chains shatter into links as you batter enemies. Make your way through Red Class as a walking penitentiary,
Gotta make that money,
intimidating
true.
your enemies with the elite
True.
Iron Incarcerator armor set.
I
After
wanna
a long
see
day of tracking down criminals,
if the league is hyped
step
first
into
before
the
like I even
Iron
consider
Maiden
doing the
portal
supporter packs.
to
You know
retreat
what I mean?
to your torture chamber. It acts as a great deterrent for would-be intruders. This peculiar creature was a favorite amongst incarcerators. They would be sent into the midst of prison riots to mesmerize and control the toughest of minds.
What the fuck
Use
is
their
that?
talents to charm other players' pets, causing them to abandon their owners and follow in line behind you instead, at least until it wears off. What better way to execute prisoners when your torturing has depleted their value? Harvest their souls to fuel this map device, condemning them to eternal incarceration. Your
Dude, that's
kills
pretty
within the
sick,
map
but, like,
are
that's
also
so
recorded
fucked up,
based on the
too.
rarity of the monster. You can choose to pin an execution session that you're satisfied with on this miniature leaderboard, which is displayed for all that dare enter your hideout. Additionally, all microtransactions
There's
from
a
the
cat,
supporter packs
Brett.
will be made available for use in Path of Exile 2. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
You're welcome, Mark.
We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards,
That's it?
we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile Mirage at 11 AM New Zealand time, 2 PM Pacific. With
That's what,
release
5?
at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Okay. Do we want to watch the Q&A? Oh, everyone's saying ground loot. Okay, I think ground loot will be fine because like the league mechanic is like a loot multiplier, right? Like here are my initial thoughts. I think this league is gonna be good. I think this league is gonna be good loot wise because I think the league mechanic is gonna be like shitting out loot, dude. Could you imagine like your wisdom and portal scrolls are now gonna be like other currencies? That's like, is that not like on its own like 50% more loot or something? Maybe even that could even be like double the amount of loot for all I know. Oh, we're back.
Yeah, game director Mark Roberts and game designer Octavian.
Okay,
to
I'm sorry.
do our Q&A.
Why is the mic always fucked on the Q&A? Does anyone know?
3 hours, we'll see where things take us, especially with us discussing things like ground loot, endgame.
Like I've only watched 5 Q&As in my life, but every single one of them, the mic has been fucked.
Yeah, that's good. Let's do it. And well, let's start off by just welcoming Octavian here to the show for the first time.
Hello.
And what brings you here with us today, Octavian?
This guy? I don't know. He's the one who said I should. No, I mean, I've been doing a lot. So
the audio needs to
we'll
travel
get into more
from New
details later,
Zealand.
probably. But the teams between POE 1 and POE 2 have become a little bit more distinctly split as of late. You know, there's definitely still some
Duped
people who go
audio
back and
feeds,
forth, but myself, I work fully on POE 1 at the moment. And I've been doing a lot of the design work on, pretty much everything to do with the 328 expansion. It's not just me. I'm working with a number of other designers.
Thank you.
I've had my hands in a lot of it.
Yeah,
Holy,
I mean,
he's
it
back.
represents Path of Exile 1, like getting the team and resources that it needs to like continue its development and like put out some spicy expansions every 4 months or something you're trying to do now. So it's a pretty exciting thing for POE 1 fans.
I mean, it's a lot to take on for sure. And there's been some growing pains. We had our whole team was split and merged team, and now we're kind of splitting again, and we're kind of going all over the place. But honestly, what allowed us to do the split this time is Octavian and Andrew, who's not here, but hopefully maybe next time or in the future we were thinking might get a bit too cozy on this couch.
We need a longer couch.
We'll figure that out. But with Octavian here, stepping up and seizing control and having that X factor design, which is something that I would say Jonathan and I have, and pretty much before I was going back and forth on the game so aggressively, and I was just like, holy, there's so much context switching going on. I didn't feel like I was giving enough time to each product, because I was so spread too thin, as they say, and all this. And so all of a sudden, with Octavian's, just like, let me do it. And so here's where we are. And it's this real awesome story where now, Path of Exile 1, obviously, you started by Chris, you got Jonathan, you got Eric, and obviously they started the project, they started grinding gear, and they had this, obviously they hadn't played the game before because the game was new, right? And so they're developing it and, release it and all this, and now you've got this thing where it's, where Jonathan's obviously still in the picture, but you got this thing where it's kind of like me with Octavian and Andrew, all three of us coming into the company as players through QA, now getting to
Jonathan's out of POE 1, it sounds like,
a
right?
lot of what Octavian's getting is the story I got, and obviously I'm all for that because I got lucky and I'm happy about it and I love my job, and so I'm seeing this happen again. It's exciting, and it's bloody cool, while also makes things easier for me, I'm like way less stressed about it. I'm way less spread too thin. I get to actually focus on the quality and what we're doing, and I mean, it's just an all-round win. And first time Octavian here doing these. You'll see a lot more of him, I'm sure, unless something goes catastrophically wrong today. Good luck.
Sure.
It's awesome.
I'm confident. I'm confident in the content and the expansion.
No, it's real good. It's awesome. Yeah, for sure. If you're looking at a how did I do for my first time kind of thing, I don't think it could have gone any better, to be honest, and good. It's good. And obviously keen to talk about it and keen to answer all the questions, and
all right, let's get going.
Hopefully you are too.
Octavian's been super humble and stuff from what I've been talking to him, like, you're doing a good job, this is good content.
No, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. It's huge.
And killing tier 17s, what a champion for Path of Exile players everywhere, mate. Good stuff. But I love that you guys have had that same journey as well, and Andrew too as well, right? It's players become QA, become game designers, become producers and leads on Path of Exile 1 project now. That's it's the game is in the hands of the players, right?
Kinda.
Yeah.
I mean, I still play every expansion for not as much time as I did when I streamed the game for a living, when it was my job to play it for 8 to 10 hours a day, but I still probably put in an unhealthy amount of time. I work on the game for 8 hours and then I go home and play the game for 4, and then I maybe eat something and then go to bed. It hasn't faded. I had a lot of people when I first joined the company asking me do you not play the game anymore? Is it not fun anymore? Do you get sick of it? And no, it has not yet happened.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I'm excited to talk about all the new stuff, but first, I think we definitely
over the POE chat. What does it say?
There's not much loot on the ground down here, is there? Where's the loot?
Nothing's making it through my filter right now. This floor is empty. Ground loot is a hot topic discussion right now, and has honestly been for a long time in some iteration or another. I remember as far back as I was trying to find where for me
that's crazy
idea of where some of these things trace back to, and for me it was actually Legion, farming low tier maps where you're getting that flat additive loot in the map, and so all of a sudden you're not caring so much about what the regular monsters drop. You're just doing your tier 4 glacier to get Legion and stuff like that. But this whole thing is definitely it's been a tricky topic to break down because a lot of people have various different issues. Some people are blaming loot tiles. Other people, like myself, for example, think loot tiles are great. They're just kind of indicative of the difference between what is dropping from regular monsters in a map and what is being given through what I will refer to as loot tiles, but is generally like flat additive systems, something that adds something, a known quantity, something that's going to be, what you're going to be getting to some extent. And, I don't necessarily I think those are a great mechanic for various reasons, but they don't necessarily scale with difficulty in the same way as regular content can. They don't have as much of that element of surprise. And I think trying to like really figure out where a lot of this comes down to, like what's the actual issue if you like kind of peek through the curtains a bit. I think it's just that people are getting their loot in ways that feel like it isn't earned, like it's too disconnected from the gameplay, right? Like you've either got like non-combat drops being really good, things like shipments and the auto mappers, or loot tiles, which have that kind of like preordained feeling, so it's not as directly correlated with the content you're doing. So I'm just curious kind of like how you guys are feeling about or tracking with that, just discussion in an overall sense before we dive into some of the specifics.
Well, there's a couple, obviously, look, item drops are complicated. This model is complicated, the system is complicated, and it's easy to get lost in the weeds and all that, but honestly, let me simplify it down. Yes, if people don't think it's good enough, it's not good enough. So we'll fix it, right? And
what a
now,
goat.
obviously, these things
what
can take time,
goat.
but I mean, we'll immediately just
goat.
Get right in there because I know what people
That's
actually
like
want to know is what are you doing
correct
about
mindset
it.
you need
So
to
let's
have.
get to that straight away, which is at least for now. Given that we have, a week till release. But that being said, we can always make loot better mid-league, right? And that's never a problem.
That's never a problem.
It's taking away this problem. But, look, as I said, if you say it's not good enough, it's not good enough. That's how it is. That's just the nature. If the players, and I mean the audience at whole, is like, it sucks, then it sucks, right? So we'll make it better. So to start with, what we're going to be doing instead of
is that a
there
no
might be some
Jonathan
terminology here. I need to make sure I acknowledge people don't understand. We will effectively be doubling all the currency.
And this is
Here's
from
number
like,
one. From core drops, as we call it. Yeah. Not windows.
What?
Not tile loot.
Tile,
whatever all the
loot
terminology
tiles.
is. Obviously, that will then, by consequence, diminish the rewards from window loot and tile loot. Yes, that is intentional.
Just economically speaking, you mean like?
Yes, correct. As in just proportionately, one goes up, the other is now less value proportionally.
Yeah,
in
just
their
like inflation and whatnot.
What else are we doing?
Zero chaos to zero
we're going to do a
chaos.
bit of a pass on, like memory strands was an attempt to try and get equipment. So that's the currency. The equipment, memory strands was an attempt to get equipment drop to be more impactful. When you identify it, I would say that system didn't. It has its purposes, but it didn't land as good as we wanted. So we're just reassessing that since we're also making changes to the end game around originator maps and all that. Look, they're going to be better. There'll be more, generally more strands. They'll have higher impact. So identified items via that means will just be better. We're also trying. We're going to see if we can do it in time to make sure that it also doesn't just pick
Double
bad
is
base
an
types.
insult. What's wrong with these people, man?
There you go. Nice. Sweet. Well, we did a lot of this yesterday.
So base type biasing.
It has yes. So it still can technically, if you get rather unlucky, pick a lower tier base type, but it's heavily biased towards picking higher tier base types to put the memory strands on.
Okay, that's cool. I remember like a long time ago, it was not like that was avoided specifically. It was like, some people might want like a grove bow or something instead.
I mean,
sure.
I think at this point,
whatever.
Yeah, whatever.
Deal with it, I guess. Greater good is often the way to look at that. And then look, we're doing some other things. We're going to have ancient orbs, fracturing orbs added to the core drop pools, which should help a little bit for that more kind of mid to higher tier currency.
Yeah, those are the... Ooh, yeah.
We're doing anything else? So we're doing a little bit of a rebalancing of currency proportions. When I say double currency, by the way, I immediately obviously forgot to mention the important thing. We're not doubling transmutes and orgs. We're doubling the things that matter.
True.
We're doubling the more important currency. We're not you're not just going to get twice as many of the trash. Obviously by end game, you don't need the thousands of them that exist already. So look, that's the immediate step that we're taking. It's always going to be an ongoing discussion. There's always going to be ebbs and flows.
Log in.
Always, right? There will be a thing where maybe ground loot is saved, and then a year later we'll be having the exact same discussion with a slightly different twist, and that's fine. That's just how it works. You might even find 6 months from now or something where people are like, bunch of these leagues aren't worth doing because the window loot happens to suck from them or something. You know, these are just how these things go. It's a constant back and forth. It's a constant conversation, and you know, the important thing is just like, there's a problem, fix the problem. You know, don't freaking. And the thing is about it, and because item drops is so complicated, what you do find, and you find it internally, you get lost in these just crazy philosophical conversations for like hours and hours and hours and hours of talking about why and what did we do in the past that did X, Y, and Z, and it is important to discuss those. But sometimes it's also important to just bulldoze through and just start making changes and start fixing the problem. Now, especially with a week till deployment, like we don't want to sully or have all the content to be ultimately, you know, less appreciated because of the fact that, you know, ground drops suck, which, as I said, agree. So yeah, we're doing what we can now. We'll hopefully do more later, if that's what's needed. So yeah, just keep telling us about it. You know what I mean? But for now, we're going to doing a bunch of changes because we can this week. We can test them this week. We can make sure that we're happy with them this week. And if we do anything else, we'll let you know.
That's actually huge.
Then, yeah, we'll just keep going. And we obviously got changes to King's March, which is obviously window loot. You've got changes to, the new league, I would say, is one that more favors generally things that aren't in Windows. You know, and so yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully that's a good start, and we'll see where it ends up, I guess.
Octavian, you were mentioning to me this idea that like, there's like a lot of white trash items.
Most base game dev studio I've ever witnessed. I think Mark is killing it. I've always felt like Mark was like very reasonable, level-headed,
sort of in a way,
open
so
to
like,
criticism.
when Mark says doubling the currency that drops, we're not like there is a total amount of weighting in the drop pool, if that makes sense. And we're not adding more weighting to that drop pool. Instead, we are subtracting it from places like, you know, normal basic equipment that every single person is hiding on their loot filter. That's now going, that weighting is now going instead towards currency items. And like Mark said, specifically towards currency items that aren't like transients.
There's technically not more items on the floor. It's just more of the garbage.
It's a goated game dev company for sure.
Yeah. So like once upon a time we had this like massive historic quantity rarity buff removal thing that occurred, and some of the numbers on that were like crazy. It was like, oh, this has 1600% increased quantity. So for the skeptics out there, like my father when I was young, who would say, I'm doubling your pay this week. Double nothing's nothing. Do you think like doubling the currency is something that has like a pretty appreciable impact on like a map to map basis, when like a lot of the time you are kind of just walking out with a couple fragments and a scarab?
I mean, double is definitely still double. It's a pretty big deal, you know.
There's a difference between like economic changes.
It's definitely
things. That
I agree. It is definitely different to a like 6% glacial hammer buff or whatever's happened historically. It definitely will make a pretty notable difference, but that case there is also an important one, and we were still actively discussing that yesterday, where we were like, there's a little bit of wanting to make sure there's a minimum as well, especially with a certain amount of content. Like, I appreciate that a lot of people are like, you know, there's that juice up here, and there's that, like, here's just your base map, and there's a bit of an expectation that, you know, you should be able to just go in, clear the map, and come out with more, and I generally agree with that. I would say that, you know, the base map is kind of bad right now with respect to some of that. And so, but again, this is that thing where we've got these things we can do now and quite quickly, because we understand the ramifications of them way more. Then there's still all these other conversations we need to have about more like that and how we can achieve that. You know, there's things about how can we've always wanted the idea that the quality of equipment is dropping better, but there's less of it. How can we achieve that? And like, it's quite complicated and quite difficult to do, and it has like all these ramifications down the line, and it just goes and goes and again. So for right now, focus on what we're doing, but we will 100% be looking at things like the minimums, the base mapping experience versus the giga juiced, because the other thing we need to make sure we don't do is you know, often what you can do is you can add something that is more for your average player doing your average regular map, and then that, once multiplied by every single league thing, ends up being just more and more for the top end, and then it's a bit of a rich get richer situation, and you didn't end up necessarily even benefiting that person. You in fact made them now feel worse from an economic standpoint. So like, yeah, you have that thing where you need to give something there but take away from something here, and that can be dangerous because you might you know, overcook the nerf, you might overcook the buff, you might undercook on either, you know. It's scary for sure. So yeah, I mean, even yesterday, I mean, to be fair, yesterday I was the one proposing all the craziness. And I was like, whatever, it's fine, let's just do it. Everyone's like, whoa, 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 calm down. And I was like, all right, fair enough, I'm calm. We'll do the safe stuff that we know that's high impact and going to help people now more than anything, and then we'll keep looking at this stuff. So I would expect more changes. Again, I would, depending on what they are, mid-league. Again, I don't like nerfing strategies mid-league. Like, that's a last resort. So yeah, if all of a sudden it's like buff and nerf, and if we can be 100% certain it hasn't like screwed over a bunch of people's current economic wealth, that's good. But look, if it isn't solved, then 329 will have more. So just make sure you keep letting us know, right? Like, that's the important thing. Like, often what happens is like a topic can be can come up and then be lost because other stuff moves on or whatever. Like, it's really important that, and it's obviously a responsibility on our end to make sure we go, okay, this is still a problem. It's not like just because
we can check in each Q&A on this one. For sure.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
It's like a good ongoing one to
for sure.
review. I think it'd be good if you can get, like, you know, for the Alk & Go players, like to a situation where they can get two chaos to rub together. But I think like an interesting situation is that you can kind of stack all of this juicing stuff into juicing the normal content of a map, the monsters, and you can't really like scale it, or the scaling has not really any impact on that. It's like something to do with, like, it might literally be that like double nothing is nothing situation where you're like, oh, well, through all these scarabs and atlas stuff, I've juiced these monsters up 1800%, but they ultimately still aren't able to drop anything at that point. Now, how do you make it able to scale? It feels like actually like a really difficult design problem right now. How do you get
it's just currency, right? That's doubled,
to make them
not scarabs.
both challenging and rewarding? Because like
high-end high-end currencies, right?
Something that was cool about that was that you could scale rare monsters to be really freaking hard and really rewarding, and that was actually like a cool thing that maybe needs to be in the game somewhere. And maybe that we've lost.
You see a lot of this thing with the difficulty scaling, where you get that exact argument where people are like, I want a way to be able to scale monsters, but then you also have the audience who are like, I want things to be rewarding without needing those scaling mechanisms.
Gotta have a bit of both, I guess.
You do need a bit of both. It's never going to be perfect. You're always in a kind of gray area, and that's where I talk about the ebbs and flows of just things coming and going, and ultimately
I think he was
it's what
talking
feels
about
right
currency.
to as many people as possible.
Like the good currencies.
And
that was
all
the
there are
only
many
example he gave.
options
So it
for
could be
these
scarabs
things,
too.
right?
But
I wonder if we just need some like chunkier options that do just like
we do.
You know,
Yeah,
make those
100%.
base monsters just punch a bit harder. Some like big nodes, big notables on that.
Octavian was specifically pushing for this yesterday, and we're in agreement. It's just a matter of coming up with what that is. And
the hardest, like, you know, Atlas passives and scarabs and that kind of thing to design are usually the ones that are the most broad. You know, like if you're designing for a particular league mechanic or something, you know what levers and knobs you have to turn.
Just do trade at first, then
but
play
if you're
SF,
designing
no?
something for the monsters in the map, that's a little tougher. And that's not to say there aren't cool designs there. There definitely are, but it is one of those things where, like, we probably can come up with a bunch of cool stuff by 329, but probably don't have it
this is
in the next
obviously
week.
like this is like another league situation here, but I wonder if there's like this needs to be keywordified, like some sort of like native monsters keyword.
What we do
natural inhabitants is what we currently call them. Yes,
we do have that as a concept. Yeah, it's not used super frequently, but there's a few places in there.
But then
This guy
also
seems
then don't
so
want it to be
smart.
that then there is a
I
league
don't
and the
know.
league just feels like absolute trash, you know. So again, little bit of a fine balance, and because otherwise you're going to start the ebb or the flow on the other side, and now all of a sudden it's like no, there's no point adding any leagues to my area.
So, I
you
mean,
know?
some of the world design leagues, I think, can work
Okay.
well with that. Like the Mirage, just as an example, for example, like,
100%. Yes,
if that was in now, Mirage would work really well. It'd be duplicating all those scaled up, like naturally occurring monsters and adding more of them effectively as well, like non-loot tiled but still kind of like randomized monster stuff, which is pretty cool.
Well, as you can see though, also we've just done a lot of changes, especially to existing systems. Like we're not afraid of. I mean, items a bit more scary because you do need to test it. You don't want to mess that up, you know. But we're not. And Octavian's not too afraid. It seems to be able to suggest the crazy things that we.
Bit of fresh blood, bit of vigor for Be good for change. That's good.
Yeah, sure.
I think we just said even to you this morning, it's like Octavian and I were just like talking absolute madness, I believe I phrased it as, in terms of doing all these crazy things and like, you know, just tipping things upside down and like seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. And so we'll just keep doing it. But
you guys can
it's
cut loose.
exciting.
You're in charge of the game now.
Now is the time. I really love these conversations in this point because now is the time when like we don't plan stuff so far in advance. Hopefully people know that by now. We stay dynamic, we stay agile with that stuff, and right now is when we're discussing what are we doing for 329, what are our major headliners, what are our minor headliners. And
I usually say that start like the week before this one releases. It's like usually it's like, okay, what's the next league look like?
Yeah, and so right now is the thing where we're putting our effectively our list, what are our tier 1 problems, our tier 2 problems, what are the things we want to achieve, not. And so, you know,
the hardest part is I've already got some stuff that I really want to do in 329 that I'm really excited about, and I can't talk to you about it.
Yes, I know. You guys told me something before the Q&A. I'm like, you can't tell me this right before the Q&A, and I'm not allowed to talk about it. I have to, like, come on. I really want to bring it up.
Now you have 4 months of prep for the next Q&A.
Oh yeah, I'm ready, but my questions are ready for that topic. We'll but wait a while on that one, though. Something that, on this ground loot topic that I'm kind of have been sad to see fade away to an extent. It was the loot conversion mechanic on rare monsters. Now, it was obviously really problematic when it was first implemented because it was associated with arch nemesis monsters, and then it had like pinata fishing stuff. But you guys solved that by making it actually properly random. And then even though it was kind of a loot tiled mechanic in the sense that it's like making a specific drop at it, it's random and it doesn't feel like that at all. So it's, I think loot conversion, so for those who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, this is
I hate loot
occasionally
conversion.
rare monsters have like a hidden thing where they will take whatever they were going to drop and they change it into something else. And
I
that is
hate
like
that.
fun and weird and surprising, and weird and like surprising loot drops.
Spike moments.
Yeah, those are.
Isn't that terrible? It's like it drops like
we need 90
or
They all
refusing.
got changed into currency, or they all got changed into maps, or some weird other thing happened.
That was another big topic yesterday. It's like that because that was another. And there's so many axes.
Am I
here.
wrong?
But we were like, we need to reinstate spike
rares,
moments.
and we just dropped
We're
like
whoa,
fusings.
this is crazy, and that not just being a divine or having to mouse over every type of a unique of a given base type. And that is what achieved that. I mean, I believe we
500
are,
fusings from one mob. Yay!
At least we obviously nerfed those. It was a bit hectic. But we're easing back on some of that, at least for 050. What the heck? 328. Up to, so that's what I mean. Too many games for 328. We're easing back on those diminishing return penalties, I believe we applied. You know, at least they'll be more spiky again, but not what they once were. What they were was kind of a bit out of control. That being said, it's important that there are those crazy spike moments, and if there aren't enough, like that might not be enough, then we have to we'll add more.
So it's important that there's a variety of them too. You know, like that's the fundamental challenge of a loot-based video game is getting players to, you know, care about, you know, the different pixels on their screen, and like this set is more exciting than that set. And like that's the trick that as game designers you're trying to play on people, and it's not an easy trick to play. And you know, like one small thing, like Mark said earlier, that we are doing for 328 is the ancient orbs and fracturing orbs to the global drop pool, because now there's another shiny tink that might occur in the form of the fracture orb.
Yeah, but we want more giga tinks.
Yes, that is certainly
I
not
like
the extent
that.
of it. It's
You want the
just,
thing where there's like 50 tinks
that.
overlapping all at the same time, and your sound channels are like, I don't know how to deal with
And
this.
just like, the unexpected and the weird, that's the thing that I want to really drive home. Is like, I want you guys to come up with like 10 new weird things that rares can drop, because it makes rares like matter again. It makes them interesting again. Like, I'm excited about a rare because it could do something I've never seen before, and
that's one of my favorite, like
up to 10,000 hours or whatever.
if we design something like that and it's a success and it's like a meaningful new
Already
niche in the
found
game,
dead
that was one
in
of
a
my favorite
ditch.
things as a player. You know, chasing those weird niches to try and find some, you know, strange corner of the economy that I could leverage. And I want to add more of that.
Right, yeah.
We will. It's on the mind for sure. Hopefully by 329 we've got a good set of that.
So potentially some more loot conversion,
Yeah,
kind of
but
weird explosions and stuff.
There's kind of things in the meanwhile. You also then, when doing that, don't want to then just make the map boss feel valueless and all that stuff. So it's a little bit more to make sure we get right. Because
map bosses could be a good place for that sort of thing, honestly, like the weird drops like that.
In theory, you do it on both. Could be distinct
Oh, yeah.
pools on
Do
each.
it.
Who
I
knows?
think fractures will. This means that
but then you
fractures
don't
will
want to
probably
create an
worth
environment where
roughly a div
the map
then.
boss is
early
only so
league.
rewarding that you just run, kill the map boss, and repeat. Or
Which I
maybe
think is
you do.
good.
I don't know. Who knows?
Just making everything good.
So that means we are crafting up a goddamn
It's all good.
storm.
We'll get there 100%. I have no lack of confidence in that factor, like for sure. So
you touched on King's March. So there's like King's March is like a big kind of like grouping of the same issue there, where it's like the gambling, the shipments, and the mappers, and those giving some of the most rewarding loot right now. It's just not from combat gameplay ultimately. And this was something I was going to bring up.
Harvey's
later, but
dead or
bringing it
what?
now, it makes
Probably.
sense. That
but weren't Harvey's always
like, I think
dead?
I like King's March. A lot of people like the King's March shipments and stuff like that. But I think over time, it's definitely started to feel more and more like what I was initially concerned about, which is that it'd be like daily quests, mandatory chores. Exactly.
chore.
Yeah, busy work sort of stuff. For loot that you're not really earning, it's disconnected from your gameplay and that. I was surprised to think about the crop and ore change. It's like it's a pretty subtle thing, but it actually seems like that might be kind of impactful. Do you think that's going to make a big difference though?
I mean, it does make a big difference, yes, because you have to now engage with the league
Delete
and be
King's
invested in the
March.
league in order
Delete
to
King's
now
March.
get the printed currency.
Yes.
So at least there's that. I understand that's, a bit of a currency nerf to everyone, but hey, look, it's window loot, so, we're compensating for that in the rest of the game as well, so, with all the different
I think this
leagues.
is a hit
But
a lot of people are willing to take. It's like, because I think for King's March especially, it was something that it's like, technically it's optional, you don't have to do it, but like everyone is.
Yeah, it's not
So
really,
obviously
it's not really though, is it?
optional, right?
No.
The swap is sort of meant to help address.
Yeah.
Because, when you could just grow crops with nothing but money, then it doesn't really feel
not
optional, right?
optional.
Because
Yeah,
you're making
exactly.
gold whatever you're doing. So you have gold to give to King's March, and they can just turn that into money for you.
Yeah. That was a quote that I picked up from somewhere that I found particularly entertaining. Where it's like someone's like, "Oh, my King's March mappers are getting better currency per map than I do, so I give them all my maps and I farm gold for them." I'm like, "Oh, that's just tragic, isn't it?"
Oh God.
So not really where you want to be.
So now, what you need to figure out is, does the doubling of currency double the King's March mappers amount of currency?
Well, it doesn't currently.
No, it doesn't.
Well, there you go. That's probably part of the solution there, just kind of accidentally.
But yeah, King's March has a pretty extreme love-hate relationship going on with everyone. Like this,
I like it. Honestly, I enjoy logging in and getting.
King's
my
March is
shipments, but
great.
It is. I do see the dark patterns there.
for sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
I love King's March.
Hopefully these changes help. There's obviously more we can do in due time, but you also
send
don't
your
want to take
shipments
away the
out?
thing
Oh
that a lot
my
of people do
God.
like. And that's where maybe making it more of an optional thing instead of the actual fake optional that it is right now is honestly the trajectory it needs to go. That way, if you love it, do it. If you don't, and you don't have to feel so penalized or bad about not having it. That's probably the direction to really go ultimately. How that will present itself, TBD, but we'll just have to see how the ore and crop change is actually quite a big deal, and we'll just have to see how that goes.
Yeah,
so.
it's like it seems like it'll have a surprisingly big impact for just a pretty simple thing. It's like, we should have done this in the first place. It's like,
yeah.
Hate actor.
It's funny. It was just a bit backwards, I suppose. And I am interested to see how much change the port stuff you've done is, because you've moved around where rewards come from ports, made them more specific, because it was pretty autopilot before. Like, I just used the same port again and again. You just dumped all your crops in one port. There wasn't really much to think about there, but now it seems like you're actually gonna maybe be a little bit of strategy there about where you're sending what.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I'm sure players will develop something of a meta. I think one thing that we didn't note as well is that, like, in the live stream footage, is that the what is it called? The quota? Like the port wants a certain resource.
resources.
That has much more of an impact than it once did on the shipment that you'll return, and you can also re-roll that.
Yeah. It's hard to see like the impact of that sort of thing, so hopefully it's like something that's like pretty noticeable, I guess.
I mean, that is a system that was intended to promote that you vary up the different ports you send to.
Yeah. So hopefully
So like even if we've shuffled stuff around, you're still going to have a non-random meta generally, right? There'll be a certain port that gives you what you want. And there's choice within that, and that's great. But yeah, you need a kind of more random, and that's what that system was trying to do. It just wasn't doing it very well. So make it more impactful and keep doing so if we need to.
Vaguely similar to this idea of like getting the best loot from non-gameplay was major boss drops coming more from reliquary keys than the actual boss, and those dropping globally as well. Is that something you're thinking about at all? feel like a lot of people feel like it circumvents like the the point of the boss, and
it
devalues
does.
that a lot.
It does for sure. We're not doing anything about that right now that I'm aware of.
you haven't
But
Not in 328, but I actually personally also share this gripe. So
Agreed.
it is a thing that will be brought up with Andrew and the other designers working on POE 1. So yeah, it's. I also agree. I would like it if every Starforge in the world came from killing Shaper. But we'll see whether we get to that reality or not. Like that's something that other people have strong opinions on as well. And I'm not going to unilaterally say like, yes, we're doing this.
Yeah. So, is there a reason why like the boss doesn't just drop the keys that give those things or something? Like, I guess they would need a bunch of different keys or something. Might be the issue there. You need like a reliquary key of Shaper or something.
Yeah, that would necessitate a lot of base items, but that might be fine.
We do have a lot of little things like that, don't we?
Didn't we do that at some point? I swear.
I feel like it.
I thought we had.
Don't we have the
ringing bells or something?
bosses
like,
drop
maybe
their
it was
own keys
discussed
for
at
their
one
own
point?
uniques? Wasn't that the point of that?
Just I guess it didn't.
I could just be tripping.
Well, Valdo maps do work differently to the reliquary keys in that regard.
I need to look into this again because I was under the impression that we intended for that to not be the case. Like I thought we had solved this in the past, but like fever dreams and all that.
Yeah, I was
so
like,
many
sure,
changes.
but
I'm
then it
like,
was like-
didn't we solve this like 3 years ago? I'm just like, I swear.
Yeah, that question, I was surprised when that question was sent to me because like I thought you guys
The
had
perils
done
of
that, but
continual
no.
development.
I'm gonna go look at that after this because I am convinced that I'm like having mega deja vu here. I swear. I thought that we had reliquary key and then all the boss specific reliquary keys and those gave the boss uniques and the base one doesn't because we didn't want them to give the boss uniques and thus I don't know.
That question was sent to me by
Okay.
a juicer, so I was like, oh, I take their word from that one. And so
I don't know. Maybe something slipped up and something went wrong there. I'm gonna go have a look at it after this. Again, whatever. I'm pretty. The deja vu is real right now.
It
but
will be
like,
good to reassess the state of
I don't
it.
trust my short-term memory anymore. So, that might be long-term memory at this point. But all good.
The final ish aspect of ground loot that I want to touch on for today is rare gear drops that ultimately they're just not shown on filters because they're either very rarely good or they just aren't even able to be good. Like it's not even physically possible for them to be competitive in
rare
many
gear
cases
sucks.
outside of some things like energy shield gear or suppression gear or whatever. There are some cases where it's like, can never compete with like influenced modifiers or other random where you can jam things together, create the sort of stuff players can make via crafting and other systems. So
Agreed.
I have a few kind of questions about like that. It's something I've talked about, a few times in the past. It's like it's always been a thing. Like, how do we make rares matter? I'm curious first, why isn't the tier system being used in Path of Exile 1 for rare drops?
Kind of is.
The
memory strands are a technically more granular version of that.
Okay.
Which I mean, look, we've considered this, we've discussed this for sure, and this is part of the whole drop less but better. It's just it comes with these so many different consequences that we have to then work our way through. And, the memory strands was our kind of way of trying to achieve that. And as I said, it didn't hit the mark for sure.
Why
So we're
craft?
now trying
It's
to
just
make
a different way of
better,
getting to the same result.
And I understand that that's like, they're from originator maps, not like game wide, which I don't necessarily mind either, that it's like at the end of the end game is when this stuff starts happening.
Or even if you could drop a good base.
I'd first like to see if that can hit the mark first. That being said, there is just going to always be that there are crafting systems and drops at odds with one another. And you have so many people who are in favor of one versus the other.
Synth
that
items,
being said,
but...
we don't want to also just be like flooding the ground. You know how much people can juice. You don't want to just be now just flooding the ground with rare items, and it's just like, oh my god, there's just too much stuff everywhere, and I don't know, like.
I was having a fantasy earlier about this. I was like dreaming about it and daydreaming about like, what would it be like if Path of Exile 1 all of a sudden dropped like maybe only a few rares a map, and I was like excited to identify and look at them. It's like that would be such a crazy change from the amount of stuff that drops right now.
I think that game mode is called Ruthless.
Well, maybe.
Whoa, man. Whoa, it's your first time in the Q&A. Calm down. No. I mean, he's technically right, but the
first time in the Q&A. Calm down. I love
solve
that.
but the discrepancy between average map and pinnacle, right? We obviously then have to assess, like, how can you get, if you can get 1,000 times more value out of your map, how do you then not go from 3 to 3,000 items? And we would need to address that, because like quantity is just quantity right now. So there's a lot of like thinking about how that system can translate into that. Because like, I mean, at that point, the entire map would have to like kind of understand its value of items already dropped, and then kind of stop. There's something kind of a bit
6 months.
Yeah, like
weird and complicated about it that I don't quite know how to achieve.
Tricky thing to nail down, but I wonder if there is a world in which such a thing is possible.
Because like I agree with that. Like I feel like
rares to kind of be like
just dropping currency
but
and like
not to
scarabs.
be-
I don't know. It doesn't feel as good as like dropping some items that you can ID and actually have some value,
if we're dropping
right?
500 rares and we're not looking at them through the filter, then if those were rolled into 5 rares and they were 50 times better.
One of the things,
On average.
and again, this is something that was discussed and not going into 328 because it has a lot of ramifications that we would need to interrogate for 329. But like an extension of the memory strand changes was like, well, what if we just, you know how the drop conversion stuff that you're talking about for rares, like what if we do some drop conversion thing where sometimes rares will drop way fewer rare items, but they'll drop super memory strand heavy items, and they'll drop a few of them, and like that sort of thing. It is definitely on our minds. I will say one of the things that contributes to this experience, particularly in keepers, was just the strength of the breach tree, the strength of the Genesis tree, and while that's being rolled into core, it has been adjusted.
Yeah.
I mean, while those windows they're generally going to be showing you just like effectively every rare item that's presented there is many thousands of rare items that are on the ground.
Yeah.
And how is that ever going to compete as well? So then even
to make the ground items like that, I guess, would be how you compete, and that's what I'm curious
so
to see
again,
what that would look like.
there's like so many problems to solve here, and we'll just keep working through them. It's just again,
The new breach is
I cannot
optional.
stress how complicated all the item model.
I wonder if they
and
realize a
everything is,
professional
and,
league, brother.
Messing up the economy in any drastic way, be it stuff that we do on accident, sometimes we do try to avoid it as much as possible. And a lot of these things are really hard to come back from if you mess it up. If we just make like, if everyone's just getting like 95th percentile items off the ground and like the first tier 1 map they run,
Pure,
like,
what's up, brother?
the entire like get itemization of the in-game
Pure, why are you
systems
awake
just down
right
the
now?
drain. So like if we, that's an extreme. That
This
would
is
assume
prime
we mess
sleeping
up
time.
bad.
Yeah.
But that's what knee-jerk reactions result in, right?
I believe in you. You guys have some experience now with the idea of like converting rarity into
Kill the drop?
tiering up an item, like making it better.
My twin.
As the rare kind of feeds into it, and that aligns nicely with
Howie, thank you for the prime, man.
Being something that grows over time with
Oh,
juicing.
I 100% want us to do that.
Tiers and juice it, and your map's got like jumped from your average 100 rarity
Risky, thank you for
to
the prime.
500 rarity or something.
Oh, you're ending stream visa? Nah, we're running it back.
Better rather than just being,
It's a back-to-backer.
The way it is now, effectively, is just more white items being converted into rares, right? And
You get the cool thing with them bosses because they have generally more inherent rarity,
Fuck
drop
is
better
China
gear,
Cat?
rares drop better gear, and it's not always better, but like the average is going to be significantly better, and I love that. I actually really like that, and I'd like to do it. So
okay, that's good to hear.
We'll just keep trying to get
Wait,
there.
can you link me the emote?
So on the issue of like normal rares not really even being able to compete with like crafted influence, recombinated stuff, like Pathofexile 1 it's just got too much cool stuff now. It's not like you want to remove that. So the question is then like, how do you make rares compete with that stuff? Obviously, like just having
Wait, did I turn off?
stuff can work, and maybe only for specific.
Fuck,
kind
I
of
turned off emotes. Oh shit. I turned off emotes because you guys were spamming the fucking Gunner emotes when Haley was here.
Now that generally belongs in specific content, but I want
Trying not to get my ass beaten.
You can do. Obviously, we're talking about the memory and making the base matter, and I quite like overclouded items.
I'll add that one.
Features
Fuck it.
well. Is this something you think along these lines of like other things you can do that maybe fit more in general content? Maybe just seeding the idea, if nothing else.
There is probably stuff. It's kind of hard to think of exact things on the spot.
It kind of goes back to your previous comment.
All right,
about,
added.
Trying to make more.
What Gunner emotes? You took them sad. There's still a lot.
Tinks, I guess. Yeah. Finding more axes to make gear matter in a way that's different from a different piece of gear mattering is
China Cat
one of the most
meow.
fundamentally difficult things in designing an item-based game. But it is also one of the most important.
The other thing is to not have dropped items be unrecognizable as well, though. You can't get too crazy with them.
Yeah.
That you want them to still feel relatively fundamental, and then you craft all the crazy. Which are at odds again with one another, right? Those two things, because crazy often can mean power.
China Cat gives 2C discount.
What are the 8 different things that could be considered? And I understand that.
I can't believe you would deprive your stream of Gooner modes. I would never, brother.
You know,
it's gone too far.
Item filters and not using different.
It's gone too far.
Now there's just this insane, complicated web that they might have to deal with. So you still want the ground loot to ultimately feel fundamental, recognizable, and something not overly complicated, and then the skill ceiling is what enables the complication of like the knowledge, what leagues am I doing, how am I interacting with all that. So it's that real difficult spot where you want to find really interesting stuff, but stuff that's also fundamental and feels core and isn't overly complicated, and that's why it's hard. It's really easy to come up with all kinds of crazy stuff.
Awesome.
It's coming up with the simple, more grounded things that are
at this point. This is North Korea.
And,
Smoking like a true Gooner. Kim Jong farmer.
Because like that is the more.
I have a question. How many subs?
Get right. Whereas like to do crazy stuff through all the various league mechanics that's what you can let loose. So those have become better and better.
20 subs.
Yeah.
In the next 5 minutes, and I'll do it.
See now, why aren't we talking about the new stuff? Like. Perfect. I've done my job excellently. I have exhausted the
Sharp moves. Explain this then.
Chat is starting to want me to change topics.
Yeah, you always start with the.
I hit the line that I was pushing for. Excellent.
You always start with the.
You want to start with the thing that people are.
Of course,
feeling
100%.
Like, yeah. I can't relax and listen to this other stuff until I'm reassured a bit.
But yes, would love to talk about it. Very excited.
Absolutely. Yeah. Excellent.
5 deal. No.
New league.
When you gonna play POE again, Farmer? Today.
Here is a bit of a spicy and interesting one, iterating upon a lot of different concepts and ideas here. It seems like the execution here is really about like a greater than I think we've ever seen maybe level of integration with existing content, like synergies between content to the point where like you're actually making it so that other content in this is doing something unique, which I don't think we've ever done before. So
that's one of the things that's been most exciting about it to me. Like just to spoil one more example, I guess, that we didn't give in the live stream.
My last campaign was 8 hours. That's good.
With Delirium, for instance, is you can drop a currency which can be used in a cluster jewel to change the enchantment of that cluster jewel, but it doesn't change what's on the cluster jewel. So you can theoretically roll like a shield or a block cluster jewel. Cool. You can roll a block cluster jewel into X notable that you want. You could then even fracture it. And then use the new currency to change it over to being, I don't know, a brand cluster jewel or something, assuming those are both in the same size cluster jewel.
Wild.
And then you can roll a brand notable along with your block notable or whatever.
Wait, did I miss where
that's OP as fuck.
Can you do this just once, or is it?
You can keep reusing the currency.
So you can like add a modifier and then change it to a new one, add a modifier. I want to modify from these 2 types and then to end with this type.
If you're the luckiest man on earth,
Crazy.
But how cool is that?
That is wild.
I love that.
That's actually insane.
Excited about that.
And like
coming up with some cool ideas lately.
It's basically like, me and Leighton, one of the other designers, got to just design a whole bunch of, and wouldn't it be cool if we could go back in time and add this one other thing to this mechanic?
Designing crazy is easy. No, it's not. No, that's underselling it. But I don't know. It's exciting for sure.
4-hour campaign with Slam. That's insane.
Was this the initial goal on the outside, or was just something happened kind of on accident? This idea of making Mirage really like interact with and amplify the existing content in the game.
The very, very initial goal was I like how some of my favorite designs for League mechanics are like Delirium and Affliction and stuff like that.
Dude, what the fuck is this?
Like,
just buy a mirror from View Game at launch, like all the creators do.
Except it augments the area.
Cope.
And not
actual cope.
Not
My
like
God,
just the monsters.
Get help.
And then out of that grew is like
and then later we, because that is a good base, but you need a good League mechanic needs a bunch of extra bells and whistles, I suppose.
Yeah, it's always just been kind of like, it accidentally kind of juices this other mechanic or for whatever reason. So that is that's a whole new level there. It was interesting.
That guy has insider information.
League, and it almost felt like some sort of like best of Path of Exile league. It's got this like legacy league kind of feel where you're like, there's just strong boxes and shrines and legions and stuff everywhere. It's like I feel like I'm playing a juiced endgame version of the campaign more so than
the epic thing of
Level 4.
It was a thing where like. This is a thing I would say that is like almost a bit undersold
like,
almost.
what
where
is
it's
this?
like the impact
New
this
crafting
league has on
mechanics
the like. Normally you'd think
are
okay, so
not
there's
new
like
content,
an extra
bro.
little bit of
Learn
mud
your
flats and some
terms.
monsters. Like
What
as
the
a
fuck
second
is wrong with
replicated
people,
area.
man?
It's like, I don't really
Actually,
care
what's
about
wrong
that.
with
But
people?
then you're like, yeah, but what
Who
if
actually
when
types that
Mirage is
shit, man?
spawned, we also then ensure there's other bonus
That's how you do it.
content
Wake
that's
Up has a mirror and
currently in-game
age.
only generally.
I
or,
have a
like,
mirror and age because I
Maiden
sell
League, you know,
stuff.
kind of stuff. Not that we do that much of that
Ruckus,
anymore. Yeah,
Ruckus
yeah.
League.
And then all of a sudden, now you've got all this content appearing in the campaign, and it's like there's just so much stuff going on. And I actually think it's. I mean, I understand. Like, if you want to just get to endgame, go to endgame. It's still your choice. You don't have to. But for those actually wanting to engage with the league
I
in the
get
campaign,
banned, possibly
it's
jailed.
probably one of the most like interactive ones, and it probably adds the most amount of content out of any maybe that we've done before.
In addition to that, there's also a bunch of handcrafted campaign-specific wishes that.
What happened to the mic?
They fall away at the end game because they're not really powerful enough to
Okay,
be
there we go.
competitive with the end game juicing wishes and that sort of thing. But they'll, give you a binding orb or two on completing like the very like Act 1 or Act 2. There's very early
I
ones
feel like this
that can give you that.
Octavian guy
There's ones that
has a
give you,
very
like, a
good
whole bunch of
voice.
chromatic
Yay or
orbs.
nay?
There's ones that give you a unique weapon or
Stuff you need.
something like that. Things that are really useful in the campaign. Even later in the campaign, there's one that'll give you a 5 link. And then those will fall away as you get to the end game. So where they're not nearly as relevant.
Yeah, it's
It's
normally
gauged
I
in
like
this
always
gauge, man.
interact with the league mechanic, even if I'm getting over leveled. This is one where I think like it's to the point. It's just to the point where you like do the really cool looking ones, and this is my advice: do the really cool looking mirages that have like a bunch of extra mechanics with it, and leave the other ones. Just like you'll be able to take it or leave it here, even if you're a player who normally does them all or
Check the
normally
mechanics,
skips them.
check
Just
the
kinda-
wish, do it or move on.
Yeah, yeah.
Also-
like, the wishes sometimes are unique, and
A detail that I wanted to make sure was known is so the Mirage in the I call it the overworld and the recreate. Those are the internal terms we've been using.
Okay.
But the Mirage around the object in the initial area, not the one that you've recreated, does have a lot of extra monsters from the Alpha Root, as Mark was saying in the live stream. Those monsters are purely additive, so they don't displace existing monsters or anything like that, which does mean that even if you never enter a Mirage, you're just kind of killing more stuff in the campaign than you would otherwise. Like,
yeah,
there's
a
just
lot of
extra
monsters
monsters.
there.
Probably how you were so over leveled.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I think it was like 10, 15 levels over pretty consistently since like Act 1. It's been like, oh man, I better skip over a few zones, and then I'm like, oh, that Mirage looks pretty tempting.
There's there's a bunch of kind of cool stuff as well. Like I know you mentioned as well the other day of the way the Mirage's
this
area
mechanic is
is
gonna be sick.
generated. Like it when you have a circle, you got a circle, right? And so in claustrophobic maps, a lot of that circle's in unwalkable space.
Yeah, we've had
the
this
way that
issue
the
before.
area of Mirage generates is it flood fills walkable space until it occupies an amount of space.
That's clever.
Which means on a map by map basis, it's relatively consistent.
I noticed that you solved that issue. I was like, oh, you guys have done it.
Yeah, our programmers put a lot of work into that. So they did a good job.
But even then, you've got now you can immediately think of that and go, well, hold on. If I'm in like say toxic sewer and it flood fills, I'm going to be so far away from the portal. Well, there's just a button to take you back to the start of
Yes.
it.
You guys are getting good at
Oh,
this. Anticipating
shit.
my quality of life complaints.
And it's got fancy effects when it teleports you.
Normally, like,
Oh,
in the past, I'd come
shit.
here and I'd play for a bit, and I was like, you guys need to make a quality of life for this. And then, like, no, you guys have done it already.
Part of doing quality of life changes, even though sometimes they're insane and sometimes they're, not as crazy, by doing it in every patch and holding ourselves accountable to doing it, we then often get like, well, hold on, what would we be doing next league for the new content? And
You've rewired your thinking, I think, on this.
Yeah,
I feel
100%.
like I've noticed that at least that.
Yeah, that's some good QOL shit.
Do 10 quality of life fixes. I think
Yeah,
it's
well,
like,
Another really
you're
minor
looking for them now.
Another really minor thing is the minimap in a Mirage area is always fully revealed, so you know where you need to go.
I didn't even notice, but that's awesome.
Yep.
It's just like little things like that.
it is a actual terrain generation recreate, so to speak. So
This is cool. I'm excited.
You wouldn't get lost either way, I suspect, if you were kind of remembering what happened anyway. But
I think like
bit of a sure.
It's,
True. We're talking about not having short-term memory, so who knows
all
anymore.
right, chat. I have a question.
it's
Can I put this on like lower volume?
Weird
We can start like theory crafting some shit now. And if they start saying something like interesting, do we just like tune back in, or do we want to just listen to the Q&A like fully?
From the boss in the barrage.
Yep.
What do you guys think?
I'll just go.
A lot of that suspiciously just kind of worked.
Yeah, it just works. And
made me feel really, really suspicious.
Really gun pulled, don't you dare.
Surely there's some bug we're overlooking here, but it's been, pretty thoroughly tested at this point. It just kind of works.
I've been intentionally trying to...
China Cat, do the funny.
What if I do it this way, being like a little cheeky, like, oh yeah, what if I kill Peyote in here and get the thing?
I mean, it has had some bugs, don't get me wrong. Like there was a...
Because they're just talking about like nerd shit, which I think is cool, but like it's not like impacting like the gameplay really.
It's supposed to take you to somewhere else, and now you're just outside the Mirage and you can't move.
But I think
that's not particularly good.
I haven't run into any of those things yet, so you've been polishing out pretty well. High level of polish a week out.
Like, don't we think that Breach
on this visit?
That's
so
good.
I've noticed. So you guys are the team division maybe
is gonna be OP like day 1 through 3. Like, are we not all rushing Breach days 1 through 3,
focused on POE
and then just doing graphs
entirely for that whole span? And we obviously all discussed. I loved our. Generally, our design meetings are at like 6 p.m. and then
for sure
that just run until we,
depends on the tree numbers.
And we're like, oh, it's very dark. We probably should have gone home. But
the sun is rising.
Yeah, we got these just cool, awesome like evening design sessions and that going on. But then those guys just were cranking from the get go, like
awesome,
and. As opposed to like kind of fighting.
Missed half the stream. I don't know what changed. Okay, at the end of this Q&A, we'll do like a recap thing together. Okay.
If you need more, just tell us. But like work with that for now. Get everyone working straight away. And I mean, obviously, it sounds obvious. It's like that's how it should be. But you got the 2 games, especially. It can be a bit hard. Like where do you go? What happens? Gets a bit crazy. So. As much as that sounds like, well, obviously it should work that way.
I'm gonna be honest, brother. I'm not a POE1 player yet. That's okay.
It's as simple as it often sounds when you, especially with passion projects, because. You always, especially as a designer, you want to work on both things. You want to know what's this cool thing going on over there. I want to be part of that. So you have to also be able to kind of separate yourself.
Are they nerfing the tree? They are.
I'm just going to.
They explicitly say, or they said they're going to adjust it, but the context was like they're going to nerf it.
A bunch of new stuff, and so
that's one of the benefits of it. I get to.
No, it's a good thing. Don't worry.
POE2 releases with next to no idea. It's like, oh, cool. What? I get to be in the player base, getting the exciting reveal again.
That being said, he's like sitting amongst the other designers. We're all still in a collective, and everyone can hear what everyone else is doing, and so you can kind of still hear stuff, and people will still ask you questions about things that you've worked on before. So, but yeah, real cool. But
I love farming 131
Mirage, but I know we talked about some of the stuff in the campaign, but I just wanted to also give you an opportunity to talk about that cool in-game thing with you mentioned boss, and I got it and remembered another exciting thing.
Which in-game?
Crush on your stream a lot. I've never had a full league experience yet. I got you, brother. I've only played 3 leagues of POE1 as well. God, the mic is cooked. But the thing is, if you have POE2 knowledge, like a lot of it is transferable.
You know how like when you free an essence monster, there's effects going on, like maybe there's fireballs flying out. So it'll cause it to have effects similar to that. So it's a little more challenging. But the upside is when they drop a map, there's a chance that map is
I think Atlas progression, the Atlas progression will be faster. Like you have to do less unique maps, a lot of stuff. I like it.
So you get 2 maps for your map instead of 1.3 map for your map, or however much.
The reveals keep coming. I don't know about that.
There you go.
Wild. I was going to ask because you've got this whole like, oh, it's juicing the other mechanics and it's doubling the other mechanics and it's adding extra monsters to your map. It's like, how do you like make sure that the actual league mechanic still feels rewarding there? Like you guys are going a little nuts there. So you've got Mirage maps. There was adding supports to skills.
Oh yes.
Okay, which I almost forgot about.
The Jin coins.
Just kind of slip that in there as well.
Imbued gems.
Yeah, it's interesting. Don't know what to make of that one yet. Pretty wild.
At odds with corruption. Just to explain how some of this works. So it corrupts the item is at odds with either +1 level or quality, as gems do. Because adding even a level 1 support and getting the right support is a pretty good amount of power creep. And so it being at odds with corruption allowed it to be that strong. If you could do both, it's a bit excessive.
Power a little bit.
And it isn't fully random. It will.
For some reason, whenever it's time to fight for leagues, I get the urge to play Dota instead. That's fair.
That skill, and it can only roll in those, and also can only roll in the color of the coin. So if you're using a red coin, you get a red support.
Lines of text that work differently, but like a lot of it's transferable.
You're going to get like faster cut
for sure.
On a double strike or something.
Brutality is a valid support for Wild Strike. So you could get that, which isn't particularly
so don't
good.
use the red one on there, probably.
Well, you know,
I mean,
LE damage
you
of
can
attacks
risk
is
it.
also red
That's
and can go on
true,
wild strike.
multi-strike,
Or sorry, is LE damage of attacks the modern name of
Ed West? Yeah.
Yes.
Can we double corrupt those
but
gems?
regardless, like,
You're thinking about POE 2. You can't double corrupt in POE 1. Like it works differently. So I think you have the option to double corrupt a normal gem, but you can't double corrupt a corrupted gem.
Like clean up as well.
So you either have a double corruption or you have a 7 link.
Sword, and it's like just a big pile of rust. Let's restore it.
You just scrub it down with the Jin coin, get all the rest off.
You can alpha double corrupt, that's true, but it's like the corruption is just 2 times. It's not like you corrupt it once and you corrupt it a second time. So you shouldn't be able to double corrupt a 7 link. Haircut incoming. It is. This weekend, hopefully.
That's all points. So when you're in a Mirage, there's like there's packs of enemies that are specific to the overworld encounter and packs that are specific to the Mirage encounter. They're actually different monster varieties. And when you're in the Mirage, when the Mirage enemies spawn, they will rarely spawn with a cache, and that cache is just a chest that has, you know, pretty good loot.
Maybe he's untouched. I'm gonna go wander for sure. I think so too. Especially with that support.
Sounds wicked.
Exceptional support.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, putting some. There's so much. I love the amount of like level of detail going in, and as you were mentioning, it's a league that is multiplying other leagues.
We all getting a haircut this week. All 5.
Kind of a cool storyline, and it's grounded, and it's got, you know, obviously a boss, which is awesome as well. But it's got the thing where, how cool is that?
Suresh is very cool.
Oh man,
how cool is that? Yeah, let's just start the fight. Let me just rip off my head real quick.
I missed the 450 bench stream. It's 225, brother.
I'm gonna.
Who came up?
Do I call out for this league start or not? I think this one actually would be a call outer. I think this one's gonna be really good.
Lands and sticks in the ground, and then you can talk to it.
I might go flicker for the 4th time in a row just to spice things up.
Obviously,
yeah, it goes without saying.
But yeah, even then, it's I really it is probably one of the more challenging things. It's just like, okay, it could just multiply damage and life or drops or something. You know, it could just multiply quant or rarity. I get it, but it's that labor of love of doing a specific interaction with everything it can modify that really is like, wow, this is cool. There's so much level of detail to this and depth to this. That's that's quite impressive. But it's an undertaking for sure, and I'm really
my
glad
schedule.
you guys did it.
It's only like 4 days if you think about it.
I mean, I would want to do more if I had more time.
Something I've seen in chat, I'll just kind of like butt in here in between topics, is Trial of the Ancestors just kind of getting asked about. I had forgotten about it. It's been a while. I think it was like was this the one that was...
You lie like rug. 4 days, 16 hours a day, yeah.
It's not on our most recent thoughts.
This is a Steam backlog sort of situation.
Then you go back to the normal 8 hours a day.
I mean...
Like think about it, if you're awake 16 hours, you go to work for 8 and then you play POE for 8. GG.
Look, I get it. Same answer as last time, pretty much. Like it'll get its day. We just don't know when. It requires more work to re-add than you might think, and it's easy for that. To
Ignore your family for those days. Exactly. GG.
A lot of other stuff that we want to do.
See you later, Mom.
Yeah, I get it. It's just end of the day, value and resources, and that's it. Really, that's all there is to it. So
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the well of cool stuff that we want to add to the game is infinitely deep.
Yeah, it's good for that. Was Mercenaries one of these ones that was like coming back or something in some way? Like I kind of.
We will do that. We will do that again. I always hate saying when we're going to do stuff because that's. You know, people want a time. What does that mean if there's no time? It's just this nebulous, infinite. One day it will be here. But I still, like to be clear on when we intend for something to come back or not. So yeah, we still want to do it.
For a rainy day.
We'll get there. Honestly, we will get there. There's not too many big things that are like still pending that we've done before that we want to re-add. So. But just timing. But again, like there's been so much growing pains with the different 2 projects and stuff. We're only going to get more efficient at this. We've got more of the staff than ever. We're still hiring. Like we'll get there.
My wife knows I don't exist on launch weekends. True.
And Andrew, they want more people.
That stream chat isn't real, brother. You can't. This is like pretend these aren't real human beings.
Whatever we need to do, we'll do it, and we just keep going forward. So yeah, it's all looking up. It's all great.
The accents are terrible. What do you mean? You don't like a Kiwi accent, brother?
I feel like maybe you could get
W wife for real.
This stuff done if you didn't do things like make the reliquarian. Okay, like and commit to changing its passives every single league.
Okay, yes, that committing to that is extra work. But you know, Reliquarian is really efficient because she uses stats that already exist, right?
Yeah,
like
but
we have all of these uniques.
I was talking to Andrew about this though, because it's like, oh man, you actually have to consider like against the uniques that you can like double it up with, against like all of the other ones in there. It's like yeah, you can make an acceptable list procedurally generated each league or whatever to like cut down on work, but you're still gonna have to like actually double check everything there.
Oh, for sure.
3 out of 3 legs crossed. We did it.
I love having an ascendancy that we've pre-committed to, like, this is gonna change every time.
It's all ahs and ums. Oh, that's not accent. That's just like the stuttering
every
stuff.
single time, and players will expect that going into the next patch. You know.
And it's so just to clarify for people as well, like this isn't replacing Ascendant. This is
this is addition.
Scion has a second Ascendancy now.
When did the Scion come out?
God, like
before
18
I was
years
here.
ago,
Yeah, so
20 years ago.
13 years.
Being
or
starts the
something
only time I
like
choose
that. So
invisibility
13 years
over
to get a
flying.
second Ascendancy, so 13 years from now,
Brother, the invisibility wouldn't do shit. They'd be like, why is this? They would think you were botting then, no?
It's really cool. Because,
Straight up reported.
I really like the idea of it changing. I'm also looking forward to the idea of it. Let's say it's really good this
I'm
week.
not botting. That dude is just invisible. For
Like,
real.
no, I don't want it to change. And then guess what? It's going to change. And then people are like, ruined. It's killed. It's ruined.
It is good that you've like just laid that down from the beginning for that. I think it's probably the way to
And
do
you
it.
you just get the cool thing where you're like, no matter what now, technically, every single expansion will have a new Ascendancy class in that regard.
It's great teaser material.
Yeah, true.
And
it's one of your days done.
But also in the same sense, if it does get ruined, as people are like, you know, the next league gets saved, you know. So like, but you can see things where maybe some leagues it's better for certain archetypes. You know, it might be better for casters here, or attackers here, or summoners here, or a boss.
Yeah, for the Theory Crafters, it's going to be like a new little puzzle to unpack every league, isn't it?
Yeah.
Even if nothing else happens with Ascendancies.
And we often do these things where we're like, okay, this is going to require work every league. Let's just double check we're definitely keen to do that, and it has to pass the cool threshold. And in this case, it's like, yep, it's cool enough. We're doing it. It's all good.
All right. So the other thing on the skills and classes sort of side of things.
Every time I have a dream I can fly, I instantly try and
comprehensive set of new skills, buffs, support gems, even some passive changes to support the Holy Warrior Templar archetype. So I guess the downside with approaches like this of doing like a specific archetype flavored set of changes is that, you know, maybe some people ultimately won't be interested in it, but it seems like I think that's probably a worthy trade-off for the fact that you get a much more interesting experience there. Like, I'm not just like, oh yeah, one skill saw a little bit of a buff or something. It's not really that interesting to change your builds.
You can be a lot more. The upside is you can be a lot more like holistic and take a broader view. It's like, okay, we're not just adding this new skill that happens to fit this archetype. We're adding a handful of new skills, a handful of new supports. There's a couple of uniques that have been changed to help support this. The Guardian Ascendancy has a new pointer to help support this kind of play style, and that just immediately makes it much easier for a player who might have been interested,
at TFT.
but also wants to
All the
play a
tournaments were
powerful
done,
build
and
wants to
the
have a
biggest
well-supported build
qualifier is
to
not until
play
next set. So I
on league start.
lost a lot of motivation
as
to play.
opposed if you just add a skill without any of the supporting foundation, then it's much
Only
harder.
real ones have those kind of dreams.
It's much easier for that skill to sink rather than swim.
Yeah, that's it. That's not a lot of things contributing there. Is there something you'd like to kind of keep doing, do you think, then? That kind of like...
Can I look at people's chat histories?
Ever been a super consistent
No.
trend doing this like archetype flavor?
It's certainly
for skills
easier
and
and has its merits, but I'd say would probably
Barbara saw
remain
Wager in
consistent
3-peat and realized he couldn't compete. True.
Probably.
You'll be consistent in nothing else but being inconsistent.
Between my lengthy for true. These are prison sentences for real.
329, and a thing that's come up and probably what we'll be doing is instead of so much a whole new archetype, it's like, let's go back and look at existing skills and how we can.
Like they keep on talking about like
numerically necessarily change them.
Like I feel like really fringe shit, but then like randomly they'll just pepper in like some really important shit too. So like I feel like I can't turn this off. It's like they dropped the 2x currency loot shit in the Q&A, and that's like super important. Hey Misa, you look different. There's something weird about your hair. I took a nap and woke up to check if I got my. Yes, you sound weird too.
People going like, can you just change up the early game? Like what we're
All I'm
playing.
gonna have to say to that is
Freedom
China
or
Cat.
Magma kind of has been a lot of, and I'm sure there's some people that love it, and it's not, I'm not to say we're going to like eradicate it, but ideally for the next one we'd focus less on the whole new archetype and maybe more on, reworking some of the other skills,
sure.
but that was something on our current, list of things, so we'll see how that goes, but and that, reworking a skill can often effectively mean it's a new skill.
Like on a personal level as well, one of my favorite stuff to work on is skill and support related design.
No, dude, Misa's the goat.
There will definitely be.
They
more-
released something
more
new. They
attention
released a
to
lot
that.
of new shit. We're gonna do like
Even if
a
it's
summary
just from
at the
me
end of the
wanting to do
Q&A.
it, in an extra few hours after my normal workday or whatever.
Kinetic Fusillade suffers from the KB
I also have
tax.
like a personal goal that every reasonable active.
Damn, they really want to know about
eventually
Harbingers.
gets to a transfigured version, hopefully too. That's the new transfigured. This league are a step in that direction. I think they're all on ones that didn't have any transfigured variants
Why?
before. Maybe there's like one. That
This guy's name is Terrible Observer. Why are Ziggy and Mark ignoring Harbingers? What do the Harbingers know about them that they don't want us to know?
It's worth kind of keeping
personally,
updated. You're adding more. And is it likely that like new skills come out with transfigureds right away, or is that something you add in the future?
When there's a transfigured variant that is interesting enough and also wouldn't detract from the development time of the base skill.
Yeah, that was kind of my follow-up
like if it's a simple twist that is an interesting one.
Arbenstein
because
Files.
I think we
My
did that with all the
God.
wand skills in the last league. They get released with a transfigured variant.
Yep.
But those are still, now they are skills in the game that are a valid active skill. Like the player might choose as their main skill. So they will eventually need to get one.
Yeah. And see, like, I guess you could be concerned that like it's eating into skill designs, but it seems like it's almost the opposite, where it's like a dumping ground for the ideas that didn't make it into a skill. You can like,
Sure.
yeah, well, this is just one little idea for a twist on this skill. It can't really be a whole new skill, so
And
it's
like,
the perfect place for it, right?
yeah, it's also just I can't like stop myself from having a cool idea and being like, I want to do, I want to do holy hammers, but it's a big fist or something. I don't know.
Sometimes you do need to stop yourself having a cool idea sometimes, but generally speaking.
All right. On the kind of like more balance and
Harbingers is the way. Fuckers better not screw. Oh, they actually might have screwed it, Trippy. I don't know if you know, but fracturing orbs and ancient orbs are going to be in the main drop, so Harbingers is most likely dead.
Not on the current, as
Like, straight up
really, in any
knee,
obvious sense, but
air to the
like,
knee.
Not to say there isn't something with exceptional supports that might come to, especially
Fracturing and ancient orbs are added to the global drop tables now.
And this obviously when we add so much stuff, there's so much unintentional usage. But like, yeah, I understand it needs maybe a bit more of a fundamental look at. Still on the list again.
You know what? Is Pox streaming?
The dedicated QA for POE 1 is very much a hand casting enjoyer. He plays spellcasters almost every league, and the transfigured shock nova is one of his favorite skills. He said and he's definitely going to be playing that. So hey, there's something. But yeah, it is on our radar for sure.
This is kind of like a new one that I haven't brought up before that someone asked me about.
Ask
I was like,
about
"Oh, you know what,
Harbingers.
when I think about it, that's a good
Because
point."
of the changes
Cult
to stuff?
skills, especially
Yeah,
spells
how you doing,
mainly,
Farmer?
seem to be in a weird place where like I try to think of cold spells and I can only think of skills that have been nerfed or like were once great but aren't anymore. I think of like Winter Orb, Ice Hat. I think of like Ice Spear back in the day. I think of Cold Dot
Are
stuff.
they pushing
Like, yeah,
PG?
there's a couple in there that are okay. But
Not yet. I think we're gonna wait
on
for the
whole,
MRI and they're
cold
gonna see
spells
what
are in a bit of
what
a rough
after.
place.
Sorry, I had to just shit talk Fox a little bit. That guy's been doing Harbingers for like 15 leagues in a row, man.
Not to say there aren't, certainly in the more traditional case, yes, they're not holding up. There are some weird cases, but again, maybe some of this. Well, I was just trying to think of the new like Frost Mage, but technically, it's probably going to be based on something that isn't. Even,
No one saw my message.
It'll be like Archangel over again.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, don't disagree with you. Honestly, it'll probably come hand in hand with handcasting to some degree. Like it's kind of like handcasting and
sense.
spells kind of come together. So
What?
you'll probably see a bit of that at the same time.
I got warning.
Maybe a package deal at some point,
But yeah, I would actually agree with you. I'm not quite happy with just like.
Wait, what?
It's like, a lot of my old favorite skills.
And some of them are so iconic as well.
Yeah.
I missed some of those ones. It'd be cool to see a little bit of a resurgence in some.
All right, my
in the
bad.
future. If it's anything like what the Templar stuff is, going
My bad.
I'd like in the future to replay some of that stuff because Templar has been an absolute blast. Like I've been loving running through with Static Strike. And
Are you going to sell gold day one again? No. That shit's broken though.
Stuff.
Yeah, true. It is worth noting alongside.
Connor had the same thing happen. That's funny.
Existing holy.
I saw his message. That's why I did it.
Or you know, maybe
Static
just
Strike, dominating blow felt awesome.
Yeah, I'm like real excited to see how I can use some of these more party adjacent ones to benefit my friends with some Guardian changes. Unless the Reliquarians are all good at being a support character, I don't know. I'll have to see which one.
In there. You'll have to see. And
I honestly
and then you'll have to
don't
deal with
know.
that getting changed next league, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, or I can make it not. No.
Diggy D about to smite my ass.
Sorry, it's not changing next
That
league.
doesn't sound that
Can't nerf Mark's build.
I was thinking about skipping this league. This league's gonna be really good.
Creators who are like making a build guide.
This league is gonna be really good. I can tell.
Every one of those build guides.
Like everything that they've said so far has been something that I was like, this is a good idea. This is a good idea. This is a good idea. You know, it's like every single thing that they've said pretty much. Like they're nerfing King's March. They're doubling currency loot. Like come on. Like everything they've done is like good. Like quality of life for Fosses, quality of life for mapping. It's just like
Harbingers. I was going to ask about some quality of life stuff later, but we'll slip it in here first.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
Oh, bad news.
Bad news is it's gone for now.
What?
Oh!
Harbinger is gone.
Oh God!
Excuse me. Elaborate.
Yeah, we're just
that may be good news for some.
I understand that's like
like who cares? Like who is actually doing Harbinger?
Band-Aid gone. Look,
Who is actually doing Harbinger though? Like be honest.
People. But there's a little bit of you know, it's a shadow floating with some blue.
Harbinger got deleted.
Yeah,
it's gone.
Really cool. Well, for sure, but we want to do more. We want to do it better, and there's this unfortunate thing where we want to do it better, and there's this unfortunate thing where often, and or especially, you know, with a, you know, way we have to kind of develop things now.
All right, time to find a new farm, boys.
It's kind of has to go so it can come back better. Is effectively what we're getting to
Oh,
here.
I like Harbinger.
And it will get the justice it deserves. And I'm not
My
putting it in
RF
the
league start is
in
cooked.
the nebulous trial of the ancestors bin here.
It's in a closer.
Yes, which in some regards, however, it's going to come back a lot better, and it should be something that ideally people can get excited for.
What are we league starting? I have a few ideas. I want to league start this holy slam shit.
Well, actually, we are doing that in like Harbinger text, and people.
Like I have a few ideas.
Like, what does this mean? But you know, immersively, effectively, the Harbingers have gained the knowledge they want. They're leaving Rayclast for now, and they are going to come back. And you will find out what that means without spoiling what's going to happen.
As we mentioned earlier,
What creator build are you copying?
In the core drop pool. Harbinger uniques are also in the core drop pool.
The upgraded Harbinger uniques are in the drop pool.
Oh,
Core
cool.
drop pool. Yeah.
Alright.
So keeping as much as we can. But yeah, look, sometimes these things just have to happen this way.
Yeah.
It always sucks because we're just like, damn.
Also, an adjacent question.
Honestly, I think this is fine.
Horizon
Like, I honestly think this is fine.
Map items work or they don't do a thing, but they would have done a thing on Shaper Guardians and such because Shaper Guardians are still an individual key to an individual area.
Okay.
So now Blessed Orbs will reroll your Shaper Guardians.
There you go.
So you still have that capability.
Good old Blessed Orbs getting a bit more love.
Yep.
Aw.
This is fine.
Yeah, yeah, but it's got a sad, but it'll have an
This
overall.
is great news.
I agree.
This is great news. They were just weird blue floating guys that dropped.
This is good though. Like I feel like this is like
a lot of the like.
no one did Harbinger, and as a result, fracturing orbs were like 16 div at like week 3 in the league. Like
It's one of the most abstract things we've done for sure.
I like conceptually. I want to see what a modern take on it is because
and also a more grounded in gothic. Like, you know, like, again, imagine being able to do the actual art style justice and to do bosses, have bosses that aren't just big portal.
Is it more Harbinger?
Big portal thing, you know?
Yes,
and
the boss was a portal.
The boss was a portal. Yes. Look, good future there. We will do it right. Look, let's be real. It was half baked. And it needs to be done better. So
it was definitely a little bit.
Yeah, I know.
From an
there was always going to be that bad. I was going to be. The patch note was going to be way more ominous, but nonetheless, there's a band-aid to be ripped off. But
I am glad and impressed that you
Crafting 35 victuals won't be as painful for the fracture step. True.
To do some of these things for sure.
True.
It is important, and again, it just means only better things for the future to come in POE 1. So.
All right. Okay. Well, that answers the Harbinger question, which the question that chat was probably driving at was like, "Could you make the splinters stack better?" Let me just solve that problem for you. Fine, no more splinters for you.
I was like, "It's gone." You're like, "Wait, what's gone?"
No Disneyland. That's it. We're turning around.
Yeah, it is what I look. My classic response is deal with it. I guess is the answer.
Yeah, that's been dealt with thoroughly. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. On to my next topic, which was breach and the implementation for core for that. So you showed walls being destroyed by damage, which seems like honestly would solve 99% of problems because like your damage typically is just killing everything. So I imagine the walls just get deleted. But you know, will they sometimes block movement skills or something like that, or is it like what's the idea here? Why do you want to keep them? Why are the walls a thing? I'm sure some people are like, why don't they just keep them?
Look, it's important to have different encounters that have different feels and different things going on, and it does achieve, I wouldn't say it's overly complicated, but it does achieve a relatively unique vibe. And the important thing is when a league goes core, especially, is that there is choice into what type of content you want to do. There are people that like it. There are, right? And that's fine. And you know, there are now many tools if you don't want to.
There are people who like it.
By either making it easier and making it something you don't mind. Or on the other hand, you can turn it off if you're just like, get that out of there. But honestly, also, it shouldn't be bad.
Intrusive is the word I would use.
Art built walls that made raid class pay for it.
In terms of how you engage with the mechanic, but we also don't want it to be intrusive and unpleasant. So, you know, we've like shrunk the encounters, shrunk the walls. They destroy when you're damaged, or they destroy when they're damaged, rather. You know, we were just discussing earlier, like if this is still not enough, then there's other avenues we can pursue, like making the radius you destroy them in a bit larger, stuff like that.
Talking to you about it earlier, you were pretty clear that like you literally don't want it to be annoying in any way. So
no, it shouldn't be.
And like another thing I think you touched on there was like the idea that like it's also supposed to be a way that you can kind of scale the encounter on a.
I love walls. I pay to play that mechanic.
And it's like there's a little bit like if the walls are our problem. It's not that big. That's fixable. That's actually kind of easy to fix.
Yeah.
Now we probably should have done that mid-league.
Fair.
Whoops.
Do you think that'll be happening? Do you think that'll be happening? Because that was another question I saw people like. Do you think you guys will have more ability to do stuff after kind of like the first 2 weeks of the league now moving forwards with the way the teams are structured now? Like obviously, you have to work on the new content at a certain point, and that starts almost immediately. But what do you reckon?
Yeah, it kind of depends. Look, our main goal once a league comes out is to solve problems, and we generally try and make sure that's the case. But yeah, generally then it's like, do you want to upgrade the league with new content versus make the next expansion? And that gets pretty hard to allocate resources between.
I don't think the new content thing is probably worthwhile ultimately, but just the continued problem solving, I guess.
Definitely have more resources for solving issues.
Great.
You quit TFT already? I quit TFT like 3 weeks ago because there were no more tournaments, and
the
Vegas qualifiers aren't until next set.
If there's still a problem, just tell us. We'll just keep fixing it.
Wait, why is everyone asking about Delve though? Serious question.
People have different levels of what's acceptable.
Did they tease something about Delve?
We try and think of all these, but like, look, we've made a whole bunch of changes. It's going in. Tell us how you feel afterwards, and we'll just address it if it's still a problem. Like that's the actual straightforward solution.
Zero TFT passion.
Hopefully it's not. You know, we're gonna. I mean, even today we're like.
You want to know if there's mirages in Delve?
Just to make it a bit less of a problem.
Probably not, right? Are there normally league mechanics inside the delves?
Hives are now smaller. The walls are smaller as well. And again, you can turn them off. You can just run unstable breaches, of which now it's an Atlas tree. You can have many of them, and you can have multiple active at once.
I was going to ask about that.
Breach had before.
That's an old breach thing. You'd have like a bunch of flash breaches overlapping that wasn't available in Keepers. That is a thing again now. That's possible.
Yep.
Oh, great. That's good news.
Yep. You can just run around.
It's good fun.
I don't know. Ask Steve.
So obviously, there's a way of like kind of being like, oh yeah, I want to see just the circles or more of the circles or something like that. Is there a bunch of them?
The whole goal was to keep that. Right, you know, it would have been easy to just only have the wall encounters. No one, I don't know if people would have been very happy about that, but like the point was, like people loved Breach for what Breach was. We wanted to retain that, as the map to map. So yeah, you can have multiple unstable breaches. You can just run into multiple of them at once and just start killing all the hordes of monsters. You know, that's just what it is. It's just that, like, you know, we then get to have this new epic storyline set up, do more with it in the future. You know, what's Chiyola gonna do? Where's Zoff and Unatol? Where are they right now?
You were saying something about expanding on the Breach story and Breach Lords, but it's not like you're going to do Breach 3 next league. So, like, what's
maybe
that, how does that even
the
happen?
Harbingers taken them? Like, what's going on?
Oh, you reckon with another league or something? Maybe.
Breach 3. I'd be down for Breach 3.
This is my. I'm talking madness.
Okay.
Brother,
but,
this guy said any waifu's coming to
there's cool things to set up here,
POE.
epic new bosses, be it pinnacles or otherwise, to come in the future. And
That's
you
a
know,
fob gooner
I
for sure.
understand
Yay or
people
nay.
have a bit of attachment to a lot of this older content, but like
the old domains.
these are
Breach
literal old player characters.
That's
wearing
actually Fub Gun's
microtransactions
alt
that are
account, I'm pretty
bosses.
sure.
Not to your current standards,
Yeah,
are
it's
they?
not what we do
Just like
anymore.
Harbinger, they got.
You know?
Get out of
You
here.
need bosses that rip off their own head when the fight starts, not
Not recolored floaty guys.
Not like, here's some armor set. You're not red enough. Let's dunk you in red paint. All right, now you're a breach lord. You know.
And every new unique we make going forward could have a
Waifu works with actual jiggle mechanics. My God.
Aquarian.
Yeah, sure. That too.
Oh man. Well,
Yeah,
be
the
Rusty and go on a
Foulborn
Restoration
uniques.
YouTube channel. Excellent.
Foulborn uniques were pretty cool.
Yeah, Foulborn uniques.
The new
were-
sign looking kind of like a baddie though. True. Actually true.
So Foulborn unique, something to keep expanding on then.
Yep, it's the new
It's a banger.
uniques. Some of the new uniques in Mirage have Foulborn variants.
No kidding. That's awesome. Great. Well, that's happening right away then.
Ooh, Foulborn.
On that note then, so the tree is staying, and I think people are concerned in various ways, but people both want it to be still rewarding in some way, but people also don't want it to necessarily be pooping.
Fub Gun reminds me of the Burger King foot lettuce guy. What the fuck is foot lettuce guy?
In what way is it going core, and in what way is it changing?
My sleep schedule is cooked. Wow, midnight tomorrow and POE next week. Oof.
You know, we want it to still be good, but we don't want it to be good at generating every kind of item. So I think it can no longer make weapons or quivers.
PLI has jiggle physics. Just I know it does, brother. I know it does. I don't want that.
It can make Foulborn unique weapons. To be clear, it's rare weapons.
For the rare equipment. Yeah. So limited the pools of rare equipment it can.
We need
produce.
less of that in society. Yay or nay?
Now, which I like for league mechanics.
Again, like that's a general thing where if one thing can do everything, then why do anything else? And then you have the like if everything can do
Fanboy
everything, then
93,
what does
don't say
picking a league
nay.
mean? I mean, it's the same discussion with thing like fossils, right? You know,
Average farmer
they've also
bad
made a change
day.
with now fossils are exclusive, or at least way more exclusively.
If we did our due diligence fully,
So you want the
then
league
fossils should
jiggle
only come
designer?
Ooh, okay, cool.
Yeah. So we're kind of trying to make
What's
sure
wrong with
we're
you guys?
actually confining what it makes a league special to what makes a league special,
Right,
and not
yeah.
just letting it seep in everywhere.
Wait, what did I miss?
So yeah, that with the tree, you know, no weapons for rare weapons at least is aiming in that direction.
Is it like a major power nerf to the creation of jewelry and armor?
It's been tuned down. Yeah.
6-link.
I saw the
rate
6-link thing was dropped down a bit. Is it like 60 fusings instead of like 150 now?
Yeah, I think it was 1 in 10 items are 6 links before, which was a little bit extreme. So yeah, there's a balance pass as well, of course. Yes, because again, it's part of that like. How can item drops be good if this is
Jesus,
this is
1 in 10?
So they're at odds with one another, but also now that it's one of many.
You better
leagues
bulge
in the
physics for
endgame,
Marauder.
It doesn't need to be doing everything, as good as it was doing. So,
I suspect it's still pretty good from my kind of like cursory glance over things. It looked like the fracturing was still there, I think, right? Like, as you guys are planning on.
Andrew did all of the specific adjustments for this, so I'm not actually sure off the top of my head. This is why we need a bigger couch. We need Andrew here.
How do we do that?
The problem is always the uncertainty with, this is ideally why we'll have Andrew here in the future. The uncertainty is like, Andrew could have changed stuff literally 10 minutes ago.
Yeah,
that we don't know about.
Someone in QA might have found something that he needed to address.
He's, and I'd like to reassure people, like, the development doesn't stop at the live stream, at the announcement, you know what I mean? They're up there, upstairs right now making changes.
When are you gifting 50 for not fetching 225? Brother, just wait. Just wait, okay?
About, without everyone here who's able to talk about it, but like, you know, we're 99% sure.
Oh, my tree was too tall, leaves too green, branches too full. I had Tactic POE chat for asked about tree nerfs. Jesus Christ!
To make a few last minute changes beforehand. I like it actually.
Excellent. Good. I like it too. I get to do what I want. I think the last thing was the Hive Fortresses in Breach. They were initially fun, but they definitely became less so over time. I think just like a lack of variety. They got quite time consuming, and then some issues with difficulty in
chat. Do we know, like, will they release the specifics for like the breach nerfs, for example, in this patch note, or no?
Map mods, but I guess a lot of PoE 1's scaling power now comes from like Scarabs and Atlas passives and stuff, so they didn't really get that.
I actually don't
Siri
know
plus
if
jiggle equal
specific
login.
changes have been made to that, and that's not to say there hasn't been.
I definitely saw one, which is the juicing buttons.
Yeah, there's a whole.
Oh yeah, sure.
The main thing that would impact that is there's a whole suite now of Scarabs and Atlas passives that are related to the Keeper's mechanic. And those will apply to your Hive Fortresses, and so you can get things like the Enrage the Swarm buttons, which I don't know how many skills you get over the course of a
What
Hive
Breach
encounter,
Fortress
but if you
exploit?
click the Enrage the Swarm button every time. I really hope you have a good build.
Nice.
Yeah, so I think it is almost like primarily tangential changes like Atlas Tree and systems like that now that they're core, as opposed to baseline changes, but not entirely sure. You never know. Andrew might again.
Chaos saying chaos.
So. Well, see, but it should, when these things go core, and now you have an Atlas Tree, and now you have a set of Scarabs, and things generally get a little bit crazy with them.
Okay, but what if Queen of Filth used to be a baddie?
And it gives us now way more tools to be able to give players choice, so that if someone likes it one way or the other, we can add that. And
the one Fuv got warned for and quit Freshia League. Oh, I didn't follow any of the Freshia 2.0. Wait, what happened?
Part of the benefit of the Atlas Tree and the Scarab
Freshia, we found out you could run the fortress and invite a friend once it was done to go in, 2x the loot.
We get to have 5 different ways of playing every league.
Oh shit! You got warned for it? Damn.
Awesome.
I'm already excited to, if it goes core, which is not a decision we'll make for a while, but come up with Atlas passive Mirage.
This guy just says sex scenes.
Have stuff in my back pocket.
Half the size and do something, double the size and do something. There's like so many different options there.
Jesus Christ, man.
Because I'm realizing we just haven't even like talked about the core end game. Well, it's like, yeah, you guys redid the Atlas, by the way. We haven't got to that yet.
We put a lot in this one.
So, the change to map, I call it that because it's just like, it's not June's map anymore, it's just map. Just kind of made me giggle the first time I see it. So, what's
Can't be please, man.
I like that you led with that as part of the showcase. Is like, here's all the quality of life bonuses that this means. Oh yes.
I mean, it's a pretty big deal. I know that there's this immediate and even internally, like you have this like, yeah, this is what we're doing, and people are like, what? Hold on, there's like a shock factor, like wait, but then you get to explain like, here's all the benefits we get from it. Here's the bloat we get to take out, I like to call it, because you no longer need this and this and this to achieve these different goals. So like, it simplifies things down in a really good way from a UX standpoint, and also a trade standpoint. And from completing your Atlas standpoint, like all of these things just become so much more clean and simplified, and you now don't need like 3. For example, you don't need favored maps anymore.
Wait, why do people keep on asking about Chaos Sync? Is it because tier 17s are gone?
Was helping you complete the Atlas.
And that's where everyone used their Chaos Orbs.
Yeah, you get to trim so much fat. Like,
it's gone, by the way. There's
Harbinger orbs. You got rid of chisels at the same time as well. Finally,
just base chisels, by the way. Maven's chisel still exists for clarification, but it's 1 chisel for 20 quality, just to be.
Oh, nice, good.
Yeah.
Wait, Maven chisels exist still?
Busy work. I always felt that way. I was like,
wait, that means that the Maven chisels are actually buffed. No.
Based on the completion of your Atlas. So by the time you fully complete your Atlas, you have actually slightly more quantity than what
everyone's gonna be like, audio muted, audio.
Like, make sure they're like, oh, sorry guys, we didn't take that.
Censored. They're censoring him.
Well, and of course, there's Voidstone mods which apply to your whole Atlas. You've got
the The trail is buffed even more. Who cares?
System.
Yeah, you've got
That's the big one.
and you got more Atlas passive points than before. You know, so it's lots of like.
Before people in economy being so stable, Chaos Sync was insane with map rolling. Yeah.
It's this thing where like you just can't add infinite systems to the map device. It was kind of getting crazy, and I know we obviously got rid of the master buttons a way back. Now we've got rid of more of the stuff. It's like getting way more simple, and it's just like the process of using the map device, putting in your map, and running a map, just being and rolling that map, being as clean as possible.
Yeah.
And then being able to
3 clicks instead of I got 2 dozen. So.
and then being able to, now, I mean, I'm excited for the future here, but being able to interact with your Atlas as a physical space with mods and the stuff like that is really cool. Like, I am the kind of player.
Can't wait to land mine for all my currency.
I like to run many different maps.
Yeah, I like having sort of short to midterm goals in the end game, which is one of the reasons.
Use 16.5 if they're lazy.
Because it's like,
it's better to. I'm pretty sure it's better to scour all.
That'll give me a reward at the end, and also increasing.
It's just faster.
So, I don't know. I was gonna then go into how you can sort of bisect them and stuff.
And
but I feel
cheaper.
like that might be getting too into the weeds.
No, I did want to ask you about that because, like, I didn't realize that from first watching it. It's pretty funny. Like, I saw the blobs and I was like, oh no, here we go again.
No, there's no Elder Ring management.
You have to make the Elder eat the shape of blob.
No,
Not fully. You have to make sure it stays alive. And stays
That's exactly what I was worried about.
No. The loop here is you put the blob. Okay, we have a better name than blob now, but that is the internal name.
Blob's a good name.
You put the blob on the Atlas, then you run the maps in the blob. There's no like, oh, I have to micromanage it to make sure that it's doing the exact right thing, and if I run the wrong map, then it's all
too much work. Bear my wrist. It's not more work. It's actually like easier.
You just take your map and just plot it. If you just do them, right? Like, you don't have to be like, oh, I don't have maps to do this part of the blob.
You
just have
amazing. You just have the map item.
That was really
wherever you want.
with those
and that is
systems.
Also, to be clear, you can still go wherever you like. You have freedom of choice to pick whatever map it is you want to run. Like, you use the map item on Mesa, do it. You use the map item on Strands, do it. Whatever.
You even made that keystone, so like, you don't want to do different maps in the blob. You could still do the blob. It'll just do it randomly.
Yeah. So I guess to get into those weeds is so you say you have a blob that's like a long, thin, map line of 7 maps.
Yep.
If I run the map directly in the middle, I'll then have 2 smaller blobs of 3 each, right?
Okay.
One of them will be removed.
Dies.
And so you can more quickly clear the blob off your Atlas if you just care about the Templar Vault reward.
Yeah, so
but you get a little bit less juice if you do that, because every map that you finish juices all the other maps.
Yes.
How much longer is the QA going to be? Do you guys know?
Sort of tension, this push-pull between, do I want to get the maximum amount of value out of my astrolabe that I used, or do I want to get to the vault as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so if you run like all of the outer areas of the blob and shrink it into the one last map, it'll be a super juice map.
6 or 7 hours? No.
A couple times, and then you rush to the end scenario.
Which the main motivation behind that decision is it means
found
that
the teenagers.
has
True.
a sort of minimum value.
Okay.
Like, maybe the meta shakes out so that people don't really use the Blight Astrolabe very much for its juicing for whatever reason.
Right.
Then that ends up being like, okay, well, I can buy those en masse and then go just blitz through them, do like 2 or 3 Blights and 2 or 3 maps to get to the vault and get that
the
reward.
rush one.
Yeah, so there's like those subtle tactics.
Clever, yeah. And non-annoying. Like, this would be annoying if you had to like trace.
Old heads mad at the youth. Also true.
I think
what's around on you.
This is something I haven't explicitly discussed with Mark, so maybe he'll disagree with me.
Okay,
but
I'm gonna pause here. I think
important about these Atlas.
They're not really talking. They're getting like really in the weeds for a lot of stuff, and I kind of want to go over the. I kind of want to go over like the what's it called, the summary of what happened, right? So first things first, they're doing like a lot of map QOL shit, right? So map QOL, and what that means is like they're gonna make the Atlas progression bigger. And like, let me like jump in here, guys, and let me know if if I'm missing something or if I like misunderstood something, but or you think that like there's something important that I'm not talking about. But with map QOL, this is just gonna be like Atlas progression is faster. So like before there was like, I don't know how many unique maps there were. I think they said like 20, but like I think there's a little bit more than 20 maybe. But you only have to do 10 now, so you can like pick any 10 of the 20 and just run those. And then more importantly, like they made it so like the maps now, they don't drop as like, a specific type. So like you won't have dunes as like your tier 16 map drop, right? It'll just be like you drop a tier 15 map, or you drop a tier 3 map, a tier 16 map, and you can run those maps into any like. You can run those maps into any like type of map. So you can drop a tier 16 waystone essentially, and then just put that into a dune, and then run as many dunes as you want. So you don't have to like orbital horizon them into the correct map type, which is just really nice. It's gonna make your Atlas progression just way faster. You don't need to do like Kirek or anything like that either. It's just like super, super nice. More importantly, they said like, dude, Mark was actually at Giga Chat. He said, if people say we need to change, then we will change. It was like, I don't know. I thought that was really cool. He just said that. And he said, and as a result, we are doubling currency drops or currency ground drops. We don't know, like he wasn't like super explicit about this. So we don't know if it's talking about scarabs and shit too, but the currency drops at like the higher end. So not just like transmutes or like, you know, orb of wisdom scrolls, but more like chaos orbs, exalts, divines, like that kind of thing are going to have an effective like doubled amount. So that's going to be really cool. On top of that, fracturing and ancient orbs are going to be added to the global currency drop pool. So that's going to be really nice. Like fracturing orbs aren't going to be like 10 div halfway through the league or whatever. And that's going to be like just incredibly, incredibly important. Dude, they just announced POE 3 when you clicked off. Low-key deleted map farming from the game. No more dune farming. Yes, they did. They did kind of delete map farming from the game. By the way, Blight nerfed. Wait, what? Where did it say that? Where did it say Blight nerfed? So okay, the actual league mechanic. What? Okay, the league mechanic, to my understanding, is it's gonna be like a circle / shape that's in the map. That has a specific volume. You're the Q&A and you're not watching. Okay, hold on.
Bigger than others. We've done a lot of changes. And one of the main driving goals was to make it so that T17s don't feel like simultaneously this access to Uber bosses and also just the absolute best pinnacle thing. You have to be doing this if you want to be competitive in the economy, right? Because there's 4 or 5 layouts for T17 maps, and
it was so restrictive.
If your end game choices are there's 5 different maps you can do, but really 2 of them are better than the others, or maybe even one of them is, and so it just feels like
other maps.
Exactly. So yeah, sure, barrels. And so one of the things right off the bat is I believe they now share the same mod pool as originator maps. Correct?
Yes.
I'm 90% confident on that.
Yes, they do.
Which helps bring them in line with originator maps.
Yeah.
And they are also, if you're eagle-eyed, you may have noted that they are on the outer corners of the atlas and not within the inner quadrants, which means they're not affected by the new Egan system.
They're separate.
Yeah, so if you want to be maximizing every layer of juice in the game, you are inherently not going to be in one of these new nightmare maps. You are going to be running originator maps within the Atlas quadrants to leverage the Egan system.
And you're choosing between the two potentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, what result? Ultimately,
wait, what did they say about Blight?
To run, you know, they're not like just ultra trash. However, they're more towards the boss.
Yeah.
Killing the boss, getting the boss keys.
That was the idea, right? To make them an access gate for.
It has an end,
it's
then
just
you
a
go again.
Short-term sort of.
Yeah, like
this
is a really good system for making short to mid-term goals.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
That is it achieves interact with your Atlas as a physical space with mods and the stuff like that is really cool.
Wait, where did they say anything about Blythe getting nerfed? Blythe getting nerfed. Did I get one guide or what?
Because you have the nightmare key is. It's a lot of keywords. It's like keywords, but you know, it's like you get a specific map item, so to speak. You can run any of them, and then each of them generally are better at target farming a certain pinnacle. So, you know, choice is up to you, and they don't have that like this is the best juice in the game problem that they were, which is what was happening before, and so you know.
You've been got
fuck before. Is that something you're like worried about or monitoring? Like the idea of.
We're concerned on chaos on a couple levels. One is that, and the second is, you know, with no Kirak crafts, you know, there's chaos sinks. So, but as we said, we're doing a bunch of changes around currency items and with the whole ground drops, and so you know, I suspect what will end up looking like is we will be increasing other currencies over chaos, not the bad ones.
You return as soon as there's done talking about Blight. What's the timestamp on Blight? Do you know?
We don't just end up with the like absolute infinite chaos, but I can see a world where, yes, there's going to be like chaos will become less valuable this league. Like, I don't see how I never can be certain with these things, but I'm like, I have a decently high level of certainty unless I'm missing something here that without those two sinks, you're just going to end up with lower value of chaos for sure.
Yeah, divest your chaos portfolio now based on comments on the Q&A.
I am curious if us saying that we anticipate that will have any sort of impact on the actual early price of chaos.
It'll have an impact for sure.
Well,
right?
We'll see.
Yeah.
When it comes to economies, feels over reels, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm telling you now, your chaos are worthless.
Yeah, we're moving. We're back to GCPs. Let's go.
Who knows?
The trade currency.
No, GCPs.
Since it was just tangentially with the Keurig missions being gone, there's a lot
They're gonna be good. It's gonna be really good.
Doubling or tripling up. So something like, say, I don't know, Settlers Settlers loot objects, like the mineable things.
Yeah.
So in most of those cases, I believe all, maybe most, the base scarab that adds that content just adds more of it now, because previously you could get more of it from the map device craft, and we wanted to keep the max you could get in a map the same.
Yep.
Nice. You've been making sure that people don't feel like they've been robbed with these changes.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Got to be done.
It's just not what we want to do. If it happens, it's on accident. Generally, and if it isn't,
the point was to kill the busy work, and I'm here for it. Absolutely,
for sure.
Chiseling maps isn't.
Rogers next week, yes.
I've been saying this for years. I feel very vindicated right about now. Okay. Originator and memory maps on the other end of things had these weird pedal powers. They're weird and awkward. I don't know when to use them. I have to read it. It's too much text. What are you guys doing with the pedal powers, man?
I mean, they're gone. Some of the benefits
pedals gone
caused are now on the altars at the when doing the, speaking of keywords, memory strands.
Yeah, we were going through this the other day. Like memory thread strand fragments.
Strands, I think, are the thing or the items.
Memory strands, memory tears. There's one of those.
I can't remember.
So yeah, when running those, you can get them on as altar enhancements, and so the altars are kind of better. But yeah, no,
Also,
they were annoying.
The memory threads are, I think, if I'm using the right term, the things you use to create Egan's fruit story and kill the bosses to help Zana.
This is a problem.
Or to follow Zana. The memory lines things.
I booked the next 6 weeks so I can really enjoy this league. What do you mean you booked the next 6 weeks?
For later. You know, there was previously a problem with where if you were partway through one of those and you got tired of running it and you went back to running a normal Atlas, now you're just kind of locked until you go complete it, right?
Yeah.
So itemization helps avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you get FOMO because you're like, oh no, yeah.
Buy them, you can sell them, you can farm a specific one, you can...
And
just better.
That means it's also not like, because this whole thing was like a weird thing. I don't even know like how it activated half the time, and it was like in a separate map device.
Yeah,
guy.
It feels more connected to a choice you're making now, rather than just
it's all,
thing.
It's all the one thing, and you get to make that specific decision. Fantastic. We touched on Delve. That's good. I think we addressed that one pretty well. So on
Dude, this Mercado guy has been asking about Perfect Agony for like almost an hour.
I don't normally include a Ruthless question. I'm sorry, everyone, just block your ears for a second. One person asked me a Ruthless question that I thought was actually intriguing. I thought I'd ask now. So in Ruthless, you can't hide items on the loot filter, which I was surprised to learn. Made me laugh. Does it have to be like that?
It's... The idea was if that, with Ruthless, really what a lot of what Ruthless is a...
Okay, they're talking about Ruthless. They're not talking about Blight anymore. Okay, let's go back to this. Okay? Map QOL. Like, I'm not missing anything here, right? It's just the Atlas progression's faster. Unique maps only need to do like 10 out of 20 tier X tier maps, so you can pick which maps you can run. And then like the tier 17. So what did they say about tier 17s exactly? Like, it's like, I thought they just said they were going to remove some of the shitter tier 17 mods. They get rid of tier 17s as a whole? Where is that?
Wishes before you do will pull their rightful grave.
Tier 17s are gone. Well, then what about the mods? Like, there's... I can code and hide out at the same time. So it's just tier 16.5s then? Mods for 16.5s, like 3 for 10 seconds, no damage. Oh wait, for the actual league mechanic itself, right? My understanding is that it's like a circle / shape, depending on the map, that has a specific volume, which means that like on a smaller map or a map that can't fit a full circle, it'll like bleed out to a certain amount of volume so that like there'll be like a lot of monsters still, right? And then each mirage will have 3 like modifiers you can pick that affect the entire mirage. One of these would be like scrolls of wisdom and portal are converted to other currency, right? How are we gonna get the extra map slot? You don't know. We don't know yet. And then also on top of that, the Mirage copies the league content that's in that part of the map, right? So if you have a blight spawn in the Mirage, you get 2 blights. Is that correct? Tier 17 mods were added to shrines, if I recall correctly. Don't remember the details. What? Should we rewatch that part?
Plug for simply using skills. But here's a quick summary of what loss of content and loot here has been compensated for in other places. Void Stones now grant special global bonuses while socketed on your Atlas, including adding the new Originator Void Stone, which enables specific Atlas bosses to drop exceptional support. The bosses at Originator maps have been removed or replaced, being a gateway to target farm uber pinnacle bosses. The most annoying modifiers on Originator maps have been removed or replaced.
No, so there are still 16.5s.
For simply using skills. And no more will you be incapable of dealing damage periodically. Petal skills in Originator maps have been removed. However, some of their effects are now available from the altars and memory threads. Memory tears, instead of adding a memory thread to your Atlas.
Yeah, so the 16.5s are still alive, but the 17s are gone? It sounds like, okay. And then like the last part, I think, of the league mechanic that was really shown is the Jin coins, right? And like these Jin coins, they corrupt gems. So like you can corrupt gems to potentially get any additional support gem attached to that gem itself. So like for KB, you could get any like red, or you can get any red, blue, or green support gem level 1 that applies to the actual skill itself on the gem. So you can end up getting like 7 link abilities, but they are the caveat is more like 6.5 or like 6.3 or something, because it's going to be a level 1 of that support gem, I'm pretty sure. And you can also use it to corrupt weapons, right? Or gear. Is that true? You can, but we're not really sure about like what this looks like. It's probably going to be OP in some cases and like not really usable in like the majority of cases, but there will probably be like a niche use case where it's like giga broken. Cool. And then also there's King's Mark nerfs. This is like the King's Mark nerfs are that like, what is it called? The crops and ores are inverted. So stop yapping, you fucks. So like the values that the crops would give before are now inverted to like what the ores give, and now ores are like the OP shit. So you're pretty much going to like never do crops anymore, right? And then you're only going to care about ores. Is that correct? I don't know. Harbinger dead. Breach wall's still there, but easier to break. And then they're going to nerf a lot of the tree stuff. So like, for example, the 6 link rate before was like 1 in 10. Now it's going to be like, we don't know, but a lot lower. Okay, am I missing anything here, chat? Am I missing any of the big Tikuto stuff? Yar or nar? Yeah, no, I'm serious. Am I missing anything? I guess exceptional supports as well. Yep, you missed everything important, you fucks. You missed Temple XDD. That's pretty much everything. Yeah, it didn't feel like there was actually that much. Like, it was pretty short, right? This reveal.
Will now drop an item.
It's like plant the seed, maybe.
Hey, take advantage of the things while you're here.
I'll do it. I'll do it. Just point me where the direction I need to go.
Nah, just come and discuss it with Jonathan and I legitimately, and we'll see where it goes.
All right, that's what
I'm going to say there's a low.
We have the
chance
new
on it.
crafting mechanics, by the way.
I'm still.
Nah, we don't know if there are any new crafting
I
mechanics.
think
Like the new crafting mechanic is essentially this.
Yeah, I'd say low, but yeah, I mean, with how much stuff is changing lately, like even just the base maps and everything, who the heck even knows nowadays?
I know. I'll grind you down over the next 10 years, just like asynchronous trade, right? That's happening eventually, one day.
All right.
Thank you both very much for a
that's
good
it.
chat and Q&A session. And Octavian, for the first time here, this was great. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I love these things. And
Gonna do it again? I would like to. Yes, you are doing it again.
You are doing it again. This is not
You're doing it again. Yeah, hopefully.
Dude, Mark is like, dude, Mark is actually hilarious.
Come back next time for a bigger Q&A, bigger couch, more hours, more of us really.
We just keep doing that every time until half the company is here.
Yeah, it really. Yes. All right. Thank you very much, folks. See you later.
All good. Thanks heaps.
Okay.
Appreciate it, everyone.
So then they're releasing the patch notes at 5, right? Cool. I don't know. This whole thing looks pretty good, right? Like, just to summarize, it's like huge buffs to ground loot, huge buffs to QOL. League mechanic looks good, right? Like, I don't know, man. This league is like my guess for this league is it's gonna be like an 8.5 to 9.0 out of 10. Yay or nay? Right? Like, I just feel like there's so much potential. Yep, we're on company mandated break. Figure it out yourself. Yep, maybe even a 9.5. Buff ground loot equals nerfed window loot, right? I mean, like, relatively, yeah. Yeah, yep. Okay. What is gonna be our league start mechanic though? Like, are we gonna rush breach like day 1 through 3 and just like try and shit out some gear or what? Harvest angle? Dude, you can't do harvest. All right, maybe we should talk about like OP league start mechanics. Yep, nodes unlocked instantly now. Wait, what do you mean nodes unlocked instantly now? Oh, you mean the breach? Well, you have to target farm it because you need to invest Atlas points into the breach for it to be good. Yeah, league start harbinger. Breach into blight probably. Wait. Who does anyone know what they said about the blight nerfs? Like who? Kami, what did they actually say about the blight nerfs? I think breach is going to be like breach, blight, boxes, stack deck / ritual. I mean, this is like bad because not ground loot, right? Not great because not ground loot. Wait, when they said currency loot was doubled, does that mean that's ground currency only, right? It's not like do the boxes currency get doubled too as well, or no? Yep, X the farmer, X penis size nerf. Essence farm? I think I don't know if essences were so dog shit last league because the breaches were so good. But also no barrels to sustain Scarab. Wait, when you guys are saying yep, are you guys saying that like do the boxes get the buff as well or no? Oh. Chaos to div ratio to be like Exile to div ratio in PoE 2? Only ground loot? Is it only ground loot or do the boxes get the buff, chat? Do we know? Let me see. Why am I asking you guys?
Pretty easily just have 2 or 3 people that have their atlas set up, and then you all do your early rotation at the same time.
Yeah, it'd be
and
like
you
2 or
just have
3.
the carry come and kill the boss real quick.
What about like?
I think you'd have 3
It's
people with a completed atlas. Everybody starts their blob. Okay, we take 5-10 minutes. You just run to the boss, come in, kill it, whatever, until we do like let's say 5 out of 10.
Oh yeah, we
maps
have
or whatever,
blobs.
right?
Yeah.
And then okay, once we have all 3 of those atlases prepped, we run maps 5 through 10 on the chain, which have like the 5 additional modifiers.
Blob buff.
There's some number of modifiers that is like worth it, quote unquote, right? If the modifiers are strong enough.
And you might hit it early as well on the chain, right? Like it's not always gonna be
True, like,
the same.
maybe
Like
there's
you might
one-
you
Yeah,
might
maybe
hit
there's a good
like
modifier.
or whatever.
Fuck, they're just talking about party play stuff. And I don't want to interrupt with my dench ass question. But I forgot about that. The blob juicing, it's gonna be like kind of insane, no? Like, isn't the blob juicing gonna be like 50% more buff to the whole thing? Like to your mechanic, whatever you're farming? Or am I missing something there? Like, doesn't the blob shit look like actually OP? Yep. Yep, party play should be nerfed, true. But like the blob affects specific league mechanics, right? Am I wrong about that? Let me see here. I'm pretty sure blob affects specific league mechanics.
Drop an itemized version of that thread, allowing you to save it. A few examples.
We'll figure that out.
There we go.
Benefits to this mechanic, getting more and more juice.
Increase div cards, transfer blight chests to have additional reward, 30% more currency in area. Oh. Wow. That's actually broken. It's 30% more currency and 30% more scarabs. Regardless of the league mechanic. Wait, isn't that insane? This is functionally. Is this not functionally 160 or sorry, this is functionally 260% currency drops. 2.6x more currency. Like that's actually fucking nuts. 1.3 chaos per map. Shut the fuck up. Water biome. Yeah, these are broken. I don't know, man. Like, I think it's gonna be like we're probably gonna have like 60 to 70 div per hour strats this league. Minus 2000% nerf on launch, so like the blob is gonna be nuts. And like keep in mind, this also scales, like it increases the more you do the blob. Like your last blob could be like 80%, no?
And more intense. With the relevant mechanic getting more and more juiced.
Oh no, that's the last one. Never mind. Okay, that's not even that good.
At the end of the
I mean, it's still good. It's still probably like 20 to 25% more overall. On average,
will take you to one of 4 memory vaults, where there are powerful rewards.
These memory vaults look like shit, though. No.
He cares only for the knowledge hidden within that vault, so any items are yours for the taking. Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the atlas, so you're able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try get a specific type of reward. One such vault is the Archon's Vault, where you'll be rewarded.
Farmer says that until streamer client, brother. There's no way we're on that streamer client cope again. If anything, I have a reverse streamer client. No. I mean, it's okay. I I have a question. Does anyone actually know? Okay, please don't just yep me. Fuck, I should have said that because you're just gonna yep me now. But do these, in general, do these more modifiers, like do these kind of like more modifiers?
Finally, come more and
do these apply to tile loot? No, right? Yep, another free 10 div on start. Yep, no. Okay. So then it's like you really do need to farm ground loot then. So we're back to a ground loot meta. And like the only ground loot mechanic there is fucking Blight, no? So like, aren't we just farming Blight again? Hello, Misam, how are you? XD, I love Blight. This is a VSO stream. Yep. Opening box for another. No, boxes aren't going to be as good this league. Actually, no, boxes might actually be better this league. Boxes are going to be like 60% better, no? But they don't utilize the ground loot buff, which is like the blobs, right? The blobs don't affect box. Like aren't they actively worse? Like, aren't the unique maps or strong boxes like actually like way worse than like normal? The boxes are randomized when they get doubled though, but that's just the league mechanic. They don't get buffed by the blob really. I'm sorry, Visa, but Farmer is a bit more sexy. Thank you, brother. The tile loot is loot that you know the outcome is almost predetermined, but didn't map mods affect? No, they didn't, right? You're a great streamer. Okay, so I'm pretty sure. Isn't it just gonna be boxes and Blight again? Yay. Boxes and Blight. Like, oh god. Like, what other farms are there even? Like, Legion's gonna be shit because it's ground loot. Or it's tile loot. And already wasn't that good. I missed the live. Are we cooked? It's looking really good. Ultimatum actually low-key it's gonna be like better than it was last league, but I don't know if it's gonna be top tier. Have you heard my man Einar? Einar, it's not gonna be that good. Like, wait, serious question. Why was Einar so fucked last league? Does anyone know? Like, last league, beasts were worth like, you know, like your pocket lint and a few gumballs. Like, why were they so cheap? Is it because no one was crafting? 6 links were easy to get, so beasts were worthless, but the beast, there's only one 6-link beast. Because the tree was so broken? Is it really just that people weren't crafting because the tree was so good? In that case, the tree is gonna be like a little bit worse next league, but it's still gonna be there. Right? Like the tree, the breach tree is gonna get nerfed, but it's still gonna be good, like decent, no? Beast Alva angle? Beast Alva. The problem is early league Alva rooms don't sell for shit. Alva rooms are like 25C on day 2, day 3. One Black Morgan is 4 now with Mirage. Still, it ain't what it used to be. Beast Alva Betrayal Modi strat. Beast Alva Betrayal. Well, there ain't nobody learning Betrayal. Let's be real here. Are you gonna watch a 2-hour YouTube video probably 3 times in order to understand it? No. Definitely not. Alva for ground loot? No, Alva can never be good for ground loot. Right? Alva's never gonna be good for ground loot. Because like you need to have that bullshit like turn magic into rare shrine mod in order for it to work. I don't know. I think it's gonna be Blight. Like I kind of wish like wait, why did they gut Abyss so badly? Like it's really Blight Breach boxes. Holy shit. It's Breach Blight boxes. That's gonna be what we're farming next league. The triple B. Am I wrong? Am I missing something, or is that what everyone's gonna have to farm? Will we witness a new Chaos the Mirror hideout? Yes, for sure, for sure. Multiple. We doing BBC next league. Wait, what's the C? Question, you bench 100 kg now? Easy. I can bench 100 kg in my sleep, Denzit, don't worry. Are you gonna do the Mirrorcraft item yet? I don't know why. I should do one this league. Hi, how do you prep for the next season? I practice campaign and then I theory craft like good farming strats, good crafting stuff. Bro, been stalling it for 8 leagues, aka every league. Brother, there haven't been 8 leagues. It's been 1 year. Oh, wait, what if the patch notes are like Abyss buffed, Blight buffed, boxes nerfed, Harvest buffed, Alva buffed? Like, we don't know, right? Just put the Blight in the... Dude, I don't want to do just Blight again, man. Like, it's fun, but it's... Actually, with double loot, dude, those loot explosions are gonna fucking explode. So is your PC. That's fine. That's fine. PC explosion is like what you want. Like, I'd be down for another Blight League, honestly. But like, oh wait, here's what I predict as well. Is like, do you guys remember like what's that shit called where you go underground and you hunt for like the blue dirt? What's that shit called? Wildwood. I'm pretty sure this Mirage mechanic is gonna be like Wildwood. No? It's like if you have a shitter Mirage mechanic, isn't it gonna be so bad? So is your PC. Good luck replacing it with current. That's true, actually. Like, aren't we just straight up gonna be Mirage resetting? Like Mirage Wildwood reset? For like Insano, whatchamacallits, and then just like sending it on those? Altars, Bismuth, Wildwood, maybe the old Blight Strike. Yeah, we go Altar, Bismuth, Wildwood, plus Mirage. And then like just absolutely shit out Blight loot. Like, is that what we're doing now? Like, all paths lead to fucking Blight. Am I wrong? Like, everything is just going back down to... Oh, we're going back to Blight, man. Like, I'm not even kidding. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Breach day 1 through 3. Like, you're going to be doing Breach while you get your Atlas points. And you get your build online. And then once you get your build online, you're going straight to Blight again. Nothing has changed. I knew this game was ass. But like the amount of loot you're going to drop is going to be like double, no? Because before you couldn't farm for currency. Like you had to do scarab farm. But like now you can actually do currency farm, no? So like you're actually going to be dropping like locks and shit, like reliably. On 16.5s. And also they got rid of like the shitter 16.5 mods. So it's going to be way easier to roll your 16.5s, right? But like low key, we're going to have to like filter out chaos orbs on like week 2, no? Because like those things are actually going to have like the worst fucking chaos at div rates we've ever seen, I'm pretty sure. What is this? Whatever, man, we'll add it. Sell shit in exiles probably. It actually might be a sell shit in exiled angle. Damn. Oh wait, by the way, Zukatank just responded to me. And the buffs are just the ground loot. So it's actually, we're going back to Blight. It's actually just Blight again. Wait, hold on. I'm dead ass right now. It might be a Breach Blight angle. Like, it's actually just Keepers 2.0. You're going to be running breaches in your Blight maps. And then occasionally you'll have a Mirage. Patch notes when? In like 15 minutes. Or 5 minutes. Oh my god. I mean, I can farm Blight again. But like low key, do we go RF then if it's farming Blight? Like that RF shit is so broken for Blight. Can we get a CVT remote and rename it to 3.28? No. No, what do you mean? What's up? Okay. What's going on here? Oh, you look good. Damn. My baby got a dump truck. Oh, what's up? Yeah, she left. Fuck. All right. Was that W Riz or was that negative Riz? TikTok Riz. Better luck next time. Mission failed. We'll get up next time. Bro is Jester maxing. Nah, that was like pedo. Okay, it's not pedo Riz. Haley's like almost 40. Oh shit. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, rage bait successful. Rage bait successful. What?
I have to go, so I can't stay.
They've all been complimenting my haircut.
You didn't get a haircut.
Well, they've been complimenting my hair.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, they like it. They said keep it long.
Are you lying?
No.
No, I don't mind. I like it long.
I'm lying.
It's really long.
I'm lying. They all made fun of me. They all said Bro's barber died. This is Brett, by the way.
Nice. Hi, Brett.
All right,
I
you
love Addicted.
They couldn't hear that. What?
Are you winning today? You seem less fussy.
I didn't play League of Legends today.
Oh, see, that's why. I'm against Farmer playing League.
Okay, all right. Let's get you going. Get you going.
POE?
No, not yet. All right, that's a lie. We said we'd get rid of that dude. Yeah, dude. Like, I need to get a haircut. I got the. Wait, what is his name? Antoine Chigurh haircut. Patch notes when though, chat? When are them patch notes coming out? Like we're farming Blight again. Am I? Okay, I can do that. I mean, I can get behind Blight farm, truthfully. Like Blight, like farming Blight is fun, no? Like, isn't farming Blight like unironically just like a good time? Like, why am I even complaining about Blight farm? I'm pretty sure. Okay, 99% sure it's farm breach day 1 to 3, then hybrid farm breach / blight once you can kill juiced blights. So you just need like any Hinakora's build, KB. Right, I think like low key like aren't slams decent? Farmer, cook me a starter while I level in midnight. I'll get you back. Trust. All right, I got you, brother. Are you doing Temu Temporalis 2.0? I don't know, man. How do you reverse an order if you accidentally got the plants-based option? Oh, plant-based option? Brother, it's Jover. It's Jover. Good till like maps? Wait, what's good till like maps? Cyclone of Tumult? What the fuck is Cyclone of Tumults? Alright, I was actually thinking about playing the Holy Slam. That shit looks so good. And like, wouldn't Holy Slam actually be good in Blights? Like, wait, what's that thing called? Eye of Hinakora? No. Hinakora POE 1. What's that like? Hinakora's death. Like, don't we just go some sort of chieftain build? Patch notes are on. Patch notes are up. Okay. Let's see. Mirage challenging. Take on a rogue. Select blah 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 blah. Okay. We already know about this. Okay, new content and features. Added new Reliquarium, Ascendancy, Scion, support gems, exceptional support gems, Coin of Knowledge, corrupts level 20 skill gem, Coin of Power, corrupts. Okay. These are all the same. Add strength in skill gem, Divine Blast, Holy Hammers. Dude, this is the one. I want to play Holy Hammers. On hitting an enemy, another hammer will cascade. Wait, no, is that the one? For repeating further if enemies are hit up to a cap of power charge. Yes, it's Holy Hammers. You'll need power charge generation though. But if you can get power charge generation, that's just gonna be sicko, no? So these are just skills, endgame changes, extended change of the atlas, map items no longer associated with specific areas. This is insane. Mesa map may drop at tier 11 map. You can place this in your map device, which defaults. Yep. Begin exploration of that center of the atlas with each corner housing one of the 4 wide void zone. Okay. Oh, so in order to get your void zones, you just have to complete the map. Structure of the atlas also changing up, being with your exploration in the center of... Unique maps are now present in the atlas, including some of the old favorites that are appearing for the first time. You now get 1 atlas skill point for each unit up to a max of 10. There's around 20 unique maps available, so you don't have to complete them not looking at you. Okay. Remaining atlas skill points have been moved to other places. You can now get more total atlas points than before. You can get more total atlas skill points than before? I thought it was showing like 100 out of 100 here. And before it was like 132 was the max, or 131. New goal is determined to stop Xana from traversing threads, but to weave atlas together, severing them. He has made a new mysterious discovery, arcane astrolabs. Okay, these are blobs. These are blobs. Blobs are OP as fuck. Get rid of the atlas-shaped region. So once you complete a blob, Egon will then take you to a memory vault, which will probably have kind of mid-gear, right? Each vault is associated with a specific quadrant on the atlas. So you'll be able to target a certain vault if you're wanting to try to get a certain... Okay, that makes sense. Interacting with map device that opens atlas screen, clicking location on the map. Portals at specific location. Certain location requires specific map items access, unique maps, ship regarding maps, nightmare maps. Wait, where are nightmare maps? Are these tier 17s? Chieftain Hinakora buff? Oh my god, I can only get so hard. Yep. Memory skills have been removed from original. You can see petals in this area, which is now... Oh, petals just give you a higher chance to find items with memory strands. Okay. Several of the effects of the removed memory skills have been removed in bonus modifiers out there at the time of, for example, killing a rare monster consumes 30 petals if possible to revive that monster once. New bonus modifiers on altars at the end of maps. Altars as in like the eater altars? Or will there be like a second altar category specifically for memory? Can a core damage have and proc chance double? That's actually broken, no? Memory altars, I think. I don't think I've ever interacted with that. The decayed void is obtained from killing both the Shaper and Elder. It can also be attained from defeating Uber Elder. You'll now receive a void from killing both Searing Exarch and Eater of the Worlds instead of one from each. Ooh. Obtainable from killing Incarnation of Dread. Fuck. Introduce Memory of Loneliness, which adds memory thread to a quadrant of the atlas, the Incarnation of Neglect introduced. The Memory of Trauma, which adds memory thread to quadrant of the atlas, leading to the Incarnation of Fear. Okay, okay. Undercon signature changes are now nightmare maps. Completing each nightmare map now awards 1 Atlas skill point 5 total. So they increase the reward values of Originator, Influence, and Nightmare map modifiers. Increase pack size. Increase the reward values. Oh, so the pack size and item rarity are higher now on nightmare maps. Oh, currency, scarabs, and maps are lower. That's not good. That's actually really bad. Right? This is like, oh, that's actually a nerf to maps. Look at the first comment. That's hilarious. Your job no longer offers Atlas Vision to no longer has a chance to create cumulus result. Planner blah blah blah. Scouting reports can only be obtained. Yep. Side quests. Blah blah blah. Maven Chisel now provides 40% item rarity, 10% monster pack. So everything got nerfed by 50%. But this is fine because I'm pretty sure this. Shit. I'm pretty sure this means because like they made it so you don't even use chisels anymore. Like normal chisels. So like overall, I think this is like a buff. I'm not sure though. Because you get this in addition to chisels now, I'm pretty sure. To normal chisels. Chisels now apply. Chisels now always apply plus 20% quality to maps. Yeah, exactly. So I think this is like overall a buff to these chisels. Increased penalty to gold and maps drops on breach and blight monsters. What does that mean? Warren Scarab Awakening now grants 16 areas against boss random invitation. This in the area. Drill Unbreaking give chance for sending managers not lose ranks when they're interrogated. Or just ritual Scarab of corpses would cause rituals in the area to contain additional rare itemized corpse monsters. The Domination Scarab. Wait. Introduce Calgarin Scarab of Enriching, which increases the amount of ore gained from ore deposits and the difficulty to reward monsters guarding ore deposits for every completed ore deposit in the area. Isn't there low-key a world where you actually farm Calgarin maps for the ores now, for shipments? Because like, aren't the actual ores going to be like fucking insano for like because you still run 50 mil shipments or 25 mil shipments, whatever. Blight Scarab's nerfed. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Hold on. Wait, what? Blight Scarab in blue no longer adds non-boss waves of monsters to each Blight portal. Didn't they nerf this last league already? Didn't they already get rid of this? Lowered the reward granted by Blight Scarab in big by 20%? Blight Scarab of Blightheart no longer doubles the number of waves spawned in Blight encounters and now guarantees each portal has 2 additional waves. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, what does that mean? Wait, what does this mean? Jonathan wrote these patch notes. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. How am I supposed to tell, like, where is what? Oh no. You can search? Wait, how do you search? Okay, we can do this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck. Bonus rewards lowered by 20%, and this is multiplicative scaling as well. Wait, I don't understand then. What the fuck is the point of Blightheart of Blooming? You get 3 additional unique bosses, and that's it? Like, what is the point of that then? Okay, and then also like the Blightheart, they spawn many more waves of enemies. So before this was literally 2x the number of waves. Now it's like 2 to 4 additional. Scarab of Bisection has been split as 2 separate scarabs. The Scarab of Sinistral, which grants 100% increased effective area prefix modifiers. Ooh. And suffix modifiers have no effect in Scarab of Dextral, which grants 100%. That actually could be good. It actually could be insanely good. I don't know. Is Blight dead? Expedition angle? I don't know if Blight is dead or not. This is bad. This is 20% reduction. This is probably like another like 5 to 10% reduction. And then this is like anywhere from like 30 to 50% reduction. How many waves are there normally? How many waves are there normally? Like, I actually don't, like, if you think about it, if this is a 50% reduction total to Blight, and then we have double currency loot, but bro, like, I think Blight actually might be worse than last league. Right? Like, the currency buffs are nice, but it's not like, that's just currency. It's not like total loot buff. Is Expedition ground loot? No, it's tile. Actually, I don't know what Expedition is in POE 1. Like, I'm assuming there's, what are they called? Like the big Expedition maps still? Oh, I don't know, man. All right, let's see the. Doesn't Maven Chisels make up for the loss? No. No, I don't think so. I think Blight will still be good. I don't know. We'll wait for MP to test Blight and melt his PC for us. I think Blight will still be good. Like, the problem is we don't know what these mean. Like, for example, we know what this means, right? This is like pretty much just like 20% less loot. But we don't know what this means. Like, because they had this exact line last league and it didn't do anything. Like, I'm pretty sure like it didn't work. And also we don't know what this means, because like how many waves is the default? Like, this could be going from a 100% increase to now going to like an 80% increase, or it could be going from like a 100% increase to like a 30% increase, which is obviously like huge. This is what I was farming during Fresia.
Almost everyone. I don't think any build can tank these mobs without mage blood or very high investment, but I really like the loot explosions, so I'll tank all the deaths to get the money. To make the maps easier, I removed one of the big idols.
Wait, what? What are you linking? This is what I was farming. Your Expedition?
To get the money. Items took a long time, but I got, and I'll show you some examples of these maps.
Wait, but this is Fresia though. Like, isn't this shit like 10x loot? Breach hives now spawn areas. Multiple uncivil can spawn areas. However, breach. Ooh, wait! Multiple breaches can spawn an area. Wait, this is actually really good. That's a huge buff. Flesh of Zesh transforms a breach unique to its alternate version. Plant has been removed. Okay, they got rid of the implants. Genesis tree is now fully grown by default. Yeah, that's good. Graft doesn't remain. Hive blood. Grafts can no longer. Yeah. Okay. Graft locker no longer stores graft items renamed to womb locker. Okay. Provisioning gifts. Provisioning gifts no longer grow weapon or quiver items on Genesis tree. Interesting. Wait, so you can't grow weapons anymore? But were people even growing weapons? I guess maybe they were. I thought it was mostly like 6-link armors. Wands especially? Yeah, I know you're right, wands. I remember the wands. So you can only grow like body armors realistically off of your tree then, right? Except for breach area, which has a limit of 2. 2 unstable breaches, breach lord. But if fracturing orbs are cheap, then weapon crafting could be profitable now. No, the problem is that like you don't really. I don't think you really craft weapons with fracturing orbs. For the most part, you're crafting weapons by recalming. Harvey is gone though. Yeah, they added fracturing orbs to the general drop pool. League changes. Shipping ores and bars will now return currency items, while shipping crops will return equipment items. I genuinely think there's going to be some sort of ore farming strat, which is going to be OP as fuck. Tujin no longer sells clusters or abyss jewels in the shop. What the fuck? Ultimatum added a modifier to ultimatums that prevent players from being able to block. That's devious. Hinakora, this is a buff, I'm pretty sure. Guardian, Warden. Oh, Elementalist. Added 2 new clusters. Whoever added that's a damn sadist. That's hilarious. It was true though, like those block builds would just shit on ultimatums, right? Increased gold penalty? Wait. Time out. If they increase the penalty to gold and map drops, doesn't that mean there's by default more currency and scarab drops? Right? It's like, isn't this a low-key a buff to scarab and currency farming on Blight? Lowered how much the modifier tier rating is granted to rare items generated from... What does this mean? Modifier tier rating? Wait, this is actually really important. Lowered how much modifier tier rating is granted. Does this mean that like you're higher likely to get better items from King's March and Tree? Or is it you're higher likely to get worse items? So you're less likely to get good items in from your tree? Okay, so Breach is dead. Oh, wait, if Breach is dead, Blight is dead, like boxes are dead, like everything is fucking dead, no? What's alive? What is alive? Like, do we just go straight Hideout Warrior off the rip or what? Oh my god. What do we think about the update? It's unclear. It's unclear. They buffed loot, like they buffed currency ground loot, but like they nerfed a lot of like the strats for like currency ground loot can actually benefit, and they nerfed Breach a shit ton. So like I don't even know like what league mechanics are there even to play around. Are we gonna do breaches? No. Yes. Maybe. Abyss dead. Expedition dead. Harvest dead. Legion maybe okay at the league start. Ores actually probably good. Delirium dead. Actually, Delirium could be good like mid-league, like week 2. Ultimatum, Giga dead. Blight dead. Ritual dead. I think ore farming is going to be insane. I think ores will be insane. Like what? Like ores? Like you don't invest your entire tree into ores though. You invest like 20 points into ores. Like you still like it's a secondary mechanic that like prints. But like you need to have a main mechanic that you're gonna farm, right? Addicted. That expedition thing you were doing in Fresia. Was it only viable because of idols? I'm assuming yes, right? Heist? It actually might just be a heist angle. I don't know. Like, what was the main mechanic there? Like, were you farming? You were farming heist mob or expedition mobs, right? Sanctum? No, God, no. Remnants and runic monsters? Simulacrum? Ugh. Actually, it might be good because aren't the runic monsters ground loot and not tile loot? I'm assuming that like for example in POE 2 you can't farm runic monsters for loot. But I'm assuming that it was only good in Fresia because there were some idols that made it broken. Like would farming expedition actually be good if you don't have idols? You know what I'm saying? Like Addicted, you actually farmed it, right? Like, was it the idols that made it broken, or did you actually just unga bunga follow it 1-to-1 and not think at all about like what is making this shit broken? Idols I bought legit just had +2 remnants and more runic monsters. +2 remnants and more runic monsters? Yeah, but if you're getting like, wait, how much more runic monsters? Was it like 20% per idol? Because if so, that's like 300% more runic monsters, right? And then like if you get like 6 additional remnants per map, isn't that like an insane amount of multiplier on each runic monster too? Fuck. You increase it from the tree or scarabs or is it just idols? Let me see. Logbooks. No, I think you can't really increase it from the tree, it looks like. It was just idols. Damn, they kind of killed slams. Like, what'd they do to slams? Wait, how did they kill slams? I was actually considering playing slams this league. Oh, what are we farming, boys? The auto exertion is more mana reservation and war cries got nerfed. Shit. Do you see the int nerf? What's the int nerf? Per 10? Oh my god. Oh god. Hero expedition. So, wait, addicted. For Fresia, were you allowed to use idols and scarabs, or were there no scarabs anymore? How bad is it? It's like 50, it's like 50%. Like int has like a 50% effect now. Idols plus scarabs? Oh, okay, then yeah. I don't think expedition will be good enough then. Because I'm pretty sure like the whole point of the idols is like they make previously like unfarmable content farmable, like expedition. Because like you can get a fuck ton more runic monsters and then, you know, increase remnants, like that kind of stuff. What did they do to Horn Scarab? Didn't they remove it? Yeah. Now grants tier 16 areas contain the boss from a random Maven invitation. Isn't that just like like who's doing that? Like, ugh. Crop rotation is dead too. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. I was like very much Alk Let's fucking go. But now they've nerfed everything. Like they nerfed all the mechanics. Blight nerfed, Breach nerfed, Harvest nerfed. Abyss already dead, still dead. Like, what is this? Brother, what the fuck did I just watch? Is that is that a VTuber? So what strat can I run? I don't know. I think it's still gonna be Blight. If everything else got nerfed too, like, isn't it actually just still Blight? I think it was Fub's chat. Oh my god. Like, it's looking like Blight again. Oh my god. Let me talk to Zuko really quick. God, this is like devastating. I actually don't even know. I'm so lost. Loot is overall still buffed, right? I'm not sure. Like, for example, loot for Blight, I don't know if it's a buff or a nerf. Because, like, Blight got so nerfed and, like, it got triple tapped, right? Blight got nerfed. Like, 3 of the main scarabs got nerfed by, like, a significant amount. And, like, if you think about it, the currency buff is only... Nah, that's not true, because you have the blobs as well. The Mirage is in the Mirage? What do you mean? I think the Mirage will be really good. This League mechanic is going to be insane-o. But yeah. Anyways. I am yeah. I'm gonna go ponder upon this a little bit more. But we're gonna raid Pox. I'm gonna go cry and think about my boy Blight. I'll be on tomorrow. No, maybe not tomorrow, but I'll be on soon. Do some campaign prep and shit, and think about like what build we're gonna league start. 07 boys.
Life regenerate? Where was that posted? That was in the initial showcase, right? Yo, Farmer, thanks for the raid, dude. Do we normally have a second Fire Mastery cluster? Well, you path in for block based, so you have that. And then up at the top, we take the Fire multi. And then we only drop the left side when we go nebulous, so you do get... No, and you have Holy Fire. You have 3. It was from a Rune Graft. So what is the Rune Graft? The Rune Graft reverses it, so Arcane Surge gives you life regen? Maybe. I think this makes Hateful Accuser a lot better. I think Hateful Accuser actually potentially gets the worst of it. I think it's... I have to play it more to find out. It's hard to say.
With the relevant mechanic getting more and more juiced.
We lose top end single target bossing, no ads around, trying to proc penance mark explodes, but more uptime when it procs. Yeah, I don't think that's a big deal though.